Hello. Yes, okay, so that seems to be working. Yeah, so, decided to do a stream. I got myself a stream deck the other day. I got it working today, so I got to test out. Now I can, how quick I can do that. And I can back to this one. Or even this one. All of them right at my fingertips. Beautiful. I'm a professional streamer now. But yeah, so, we're going to be doing a response to this gentleman, Natty Bud Light. For some reason my fucking Jellyfin server isn't working. I'll have to fucking work out how to fix that. The hell. Dashboard. And all libraries. I mean, my fucking script should just swipe the file for me. I don't know why it's not doing that. Instead I do give it the full path to it instead of just the title. I've not found that. Probably because I used the tilde. /home/liquid zoo. I've not found mental. Pull it off property. Fucking all of that. You're lying. Oh well, I'll just have to watch it through fucking VLC. Somebody else wants to come on the stream, we'll fix it then. Aggressive. Yes, that's back here. That's the other chat's doing. Really needs a better camera and more beautiful room and lighting, perhaps. But more beautiful room part, that's require getting a different house. There we go. Learning my buttons. So yeah, this is the video we're watching. It's called Debunking. Got the title here. Every anarcho-capitalist argument refuted. I was in the thumbnail, so we'll see if he refutes my argument for anarcho-capitalism. Let's give it a go. What's on the whiteboard? Video ideas mostly. Again, this is a review. Don't like these types of fucking graphic intros. I hate them. I hate them so much. These needed to be stopped by about 2015. Add some background rain sounds. I think that would be appropriate. I mean, I could, but I don't really see the point. What distro do you use? NixOS.
Libertarianism continues to be a relevant force on...
The audio good? Need a vape review while you're at it, not happening. I remember reacting to this video with Ouroboros and Weston Smith. Weston never released the video. Oh yeah, maybe he should. Audio's good, cool.
YouTube, even if it has largely escaped the political zeitgeist in which cultural and demographic concerns have outweighed economic beliefs. Mintus Wave, Liquid Zulu, Text Brass, and a small channel which is rapidly...
Well, I did get second highest billing there, so I guess we're moving up in the world. Just gotta... But we did get the mention, boys. Turn the video volume up a bit. Let's do it here. Turn it down. Is that the right knob? I think so.
Growing, called Libertas, have all found a place to successfully promote their ideology. Given that so many have accepted the libertarian creed, I think it's more important than ever to ensure that it faces criticism. For that reason, I've decided to refute every anarcho-capitalist argument. Before I begin...
Again, he said every anarcho-capitalist argument, and he mentioned me. So what I want to see is a refutation of my e contrario argument somewhere in this video. Let's give it a look-see. Let's see if that happens. Somebody in the chat did say that that doesn't happen, so very concerned if that's the case.
I want to explain where I'm coming from in case you're new to the channel. I am a former ANCAP who was introduced to the ideology and arguments by Stefan Molyneux back in 2016. I remained an ANCAP until 2019, and during that period I read a lot of libertarian literature. However, after becoming more well versed in history and
okay, so this will also be something to keep in mind. Do we think that's correct as this video goes on? Does this seem like a person who understands the arguments we're making and has genuinely engaged with them in any sort of way? Or is it the usual case of none of that happening?
Political theory, I began to see the flaws in libertarian thought. It got human anthropology completely wrong. Its rosy description of free market economics does...
Also, what the fuck is this? Is why I call him a Sloptuber in the title. Like he's just ripped the Mentis Wave. Did he just do this for this video in particular? Because he's like, you know, making fun of Mentis Wave or something? Because he's just ripped the Mentis Wave fucking logo down here, slapped his own logo on it, and then using gameplay. That's Sloptube as far as I'm concerned.
Does not match the historical reality of capitalism. Its moral philosophy is blind to the assumptions behind an econocentric worldview, and ultimately...
Econocentric worldview. Interesting term there. We're blind to the assumptions of an econocentric worldview. I believe that's what he said. So this is just going to be, I suppose, I'm going to do a prediction right now. You guys care too much about the economy. It doesn't matter if we, you know, degrade the economy. GDP go up. That's not all that there is in life. There are more important things, more important considerations to destroy the economy, which would be, I want him to explicitly explain what libertarian literature he read to where he didn't understand that the Austrian case is that, well, you can't the economy is not just this thing in a box that you can infringe upon at will. The economy is people acting. So to infringe upon the economy, that means you're infringing upon people attaining their values. That is the claim being made here. So I'll be interested to see. He said he was refuting them all, so I'll be interested to see the refutation of that one.
It is just as materialistic as Marxism. My political position is an idiosyncratic one called national monarchism, which I have made both a video and book about on this channel. Basically, I'm a monarchist, I'm a nationalist, and I believe in third way economics, even on the pain of being nearly against markets entirely. I've read some Marx, Lenin, and Engels. I've seen both the arguments for and against capitalism, and I think I am qualified to make a survey of the most foundational arguments that libertarians make. So without further ado, let's get started. First, let's tackle the NAP, or non-aggression principle. It means you can't step on the snake.
Um. Okay. I hope his next sentence is a clarification of that, explaining that the non-aggression principle states that you're not allowed to initiate conflict. Conflicts being mutually exclusive actions. I was mentioned directly in this video, and he says he's like super well read on the libertarian theory here. Let's see what this next sentence is, or if "don't step on the snake" is the limit.
There are basically three formulations of it. Hoppe's argumentation ethics.
No, that's not a formulation of the NEP. That's an argument for the NEP, perhaps, but it's not a formulation of the NEP.
The estoppel argument.
Nope, again, not a formulation of the non-aggression principle. The estoppel, Stephen Kinsella's theory of dialogical estoppel, it is a theory in, when it comes to the punishment theory, how do you justify retribution against people? And the idea being that, well, if you have engaged in some sort of action against somebody, then you're dialogically estopped from complaining about the retribution being done. That is, it'd be a contradiction between your action and your words, right?
And Molyneux's universally preferable behavior.
Again, also not a formulation of the NEP. None of these are formulations of the NEP. Does he not know what a formulation of the NEP means? So I guess the formulation of the NEP, the definition of the NEP we have going into this video is basically don't step on the snake. And this is supposed to be a well-read guy. This is supposed to be an expert who, he said himself, he's got enough expertise to go into all this stuff. I'm not seeing it so far.
These are all actually kind of related to each other because at least two of them are attempts to solve philosophy, and they're very similar, but they're formulated in ever so slightly different ways, so I'll have to address each one individually. These are all pretty asinine, so this won't take long. Argumentation.
I wonder, there seems to be one sort of argument for the NAP by somebody he's mentioned in this video, a sort of e contrario argument, I seem to recall, which didn't go mentioned there. Perhaps it's not as asinine as these ones. Maybe he just thinks these ones are asinine, but he is willing to concede on my argument that it's correct. Or maybe he thinks these are formulations of the NEP and my one isn't a formulation of the NEP, so he's going to address it elsewhere. I'm not sure what exactly a formulation of the NEP means in this guy's terms, but we'll see.
Ethics is laid out in the following way. 1. All actions are preceded by norms. 2. Acting presupposes the norm that it is just to act in that way. 3. Engaging in argumentation establishes normatively that argumentation is a just way to resolve disputes. 4. Refuting the norm of argumentation requires argumentation. 5. Therefore, all rejection of argumentation is invalid, i.e. violence, coercion, etc. Now, an anarchist...
It's a little bit of a sloppy rundown of argumentation ethics, but I can give somebody space to have sloppy. I think he used the term formulation correctly. It is the formula of argument by which you arrive at the NEP. Right, but this came right after he said, "Oh, what does the NEP mean? Oh, it means basically don't step on the snake." And there are 3 formulations of it. The way I was understanding that is, well, there are 3 different ways that they're putting it. You know, maybe one of the ways is my way, where it's talking about do not initiate conflicts. And there are other people who say it's about don't initiate force. So that could be another formulation of it that would have to be addressed separately. But so far, we don't even know what the NEP is in this video. As far as this video is concerned, we have no idea what the NEP is. But yeah, on the argumentation ethics front, I can forgive some amount of sloppiness in terms of if you're giving like a brief overview of what argumentation ethics is claiming. It's not quite what he's putting down here. And if it's in a video where it's from somebody who's claiming that they've got the qualifications, they know how to talk about all these things, that's not quite sufficient.
Named ThoughtBat did an excellent video refuting argumentation ethics, which I will not reproduce here. But to sum it up, Hoppe does not defeat non-cognitivism, and the claim that acting presupposes norms violates Hume's Zot gap.
I suppose then he's not going to... I'm going to address that second one, but I suppose he's not giving his full refutation of argumentation ethics here, because he's just pointing people off to Thoughtbat's video, and I'm not doing a reaction within the reaction to go one level deeper and get into Thoughtbat's video. So I suppose maybe there's something there as far as this video is concerned. But saying that it violates Hume's is-ought gap, I'm going to give you an argument, not a libertarian argument, not an objectivist argument, called companions in guilt. This shows, as far as I'm concerned, completely unanswerably, that Hume's guillotine is in fact self-defeating. So you don't even need argumentation ethics does not need a defeater for Hume's guillotine, because Hume's guillotine defeats itself. How is this so? Well, Hume is in essence saying that you can't have factual values. That is, there are no normative facts. Hume makes a little mistake, because there's not just such a thing as moral norms, there's also such a thing as epistemic norms. And in fact, Hume's guillotine is itself an epistemic norm. It's saying you should only believe in these sorts of things and not these sorts of things. It's an ought statement. So that presents a bit of a problem for Hume's guillotine. Unless he has some special carve-out for epistemic norms as against moral norms, in which case that's got to be justified, it's simply a self-defeating argument. Imagine a nested reaction video trap. A video which points at a video which points at a video, yeah. And eventually it recurses back around, so you gotta keep going through this loop forever.
The rest of the argument then falls apart, and to top it all off, there's not an obvious or necessary line through from the conclusion of argumentation ethics to private property rights.
Well, actually there is. Because from the conclusion of argumentation ethics, okay, the conclusion of argumentation ethics, what is that? It's that no possible aggressive norm could ever be justified. The only possibly defensible norms are ones that are compatible with the non-aggression principle. Seems like a pretty small little leap there to go from that to, okay, so we've got the NEP. That is basically what the NEP is claiming. Only norms which are compatible with this principle are justifiable. And then you can get from the NEP to property rights, as I've demonstrated. And of course, as this gentleman knows, because he's done all the reading, he's done all the research, he's called me out by name, so he of course knows all that stuff. But in case anybody has less expertise than Natty Bud Light, I describe this in my course. I describe how you can get from the non-aggression principle the rest of libertarianism. You don't have to commit to saying you should believe X by simply saying X is true. Well, actually you do. Unless you think epistemology is about guiding man away from knowledge, which is not, you're not talking about epistemology any longer.
Second, let's take a look at estoppel. Now, estoppel is a legal principle by which a party can dismiss a motion by the other party if it relies on a claim which that other party has rejected.
I mean, the estoppel section surely can't go a whole lot deeper, because estoppel itself rests upon argumentation ethics, and he's said that he's not going to debunk argumentation ethics in this video. I'm not sure. So 2 of his 3 formulations of the NEP, he's not addressing in this video.
In other words, if I claim that my client didn't eat a salad on Sunday, but then I make a motion that hinges on my client having eaten a salad on Sunday, the other party could object on the grounds of estoppel and dismiss my motion.
To be clear, that's the regular version of estoppel. Kinsell's version is specifically dialogical estoppel, which is different because it's not just, this kind of decision by the court. It is literally a contradiction to be trying to rely on claims that are in contradiction with the actions you've taken.
Now, instead of having eaten a salad on Sunday, imagine we're talking about the use of force. The estoppel formulation of the NAP goes, if I can claim that it is just to use force against the other person, I cannot then claim that it is not just for him to use force against me. If I am the state...
I mean, that's kind of... It's related. This is basically Kinsell's points about how right skepticism doesn't work. But estoppel itself doesn't actually give you the non-aggression principle, as far as I'm concerned. All it could show is, yeah, no, these are the proper punishments. But it doesn't show that you shouldn't have engaged in that action in the first place, which is what the NAP does.
Then it is clear that my monopoly on violence is invalid, and so we must have a stateless society. Now, the estoppel argument is very uncharitable regarding the state's actual justification for its violent monopoly.
Okay. He's going to give us that justification for the violent monopoly. Let's hear it.
States do not claim, without qualifications, that it is just to use violence against citizens. Instead, they usually ground their right to use force in the rules of law, and
States don't just say that they're allowed to use force against their citizens. Instead, they ground it in the rules of law. And what are the rules of law to a positivist? It is the state saying that it's allowed to use force in these instances. It's referring back to the same thing still.
that law derives its legitimacy either from a divine mandate or from popular consent.
Okay, popular consent. One quick reductio ad absurdum for Natty Bud Light. Presumably he'll watch this reaction. One quick reductio ad absurdum for you. There are 10 people on an island. 9 of those people decide they want to have sex with the remaining person. The remaining person, they say, no, I disagree. They say, well, hold on. Don't be anti-democratic here. Let's take a vote. Is that a legitimate arrangement? Does that person lose their right to their body because of popular consent? Is in anywhere else in philosophy do we go, that thing was popular, therefore it was correct? Do you perhaps know what we call that? We call it the ad populum fallacy. Argumentum ad populum. This thing is true because it is popular. That is, no, we do not accept that anywhere else in philosophy. Why are we suddenly accepting it in this specific area? This guy is literally what Dave Smith is going to become. Divine command theory plus the will of the people. Yeah, thankfully Dave Smith is bringing way more Natty Bud Lights into the movement, who I'm sure will be long-term stayers.
In other words, the state's use of force is contingent upon state legitimacy derived from popular consent or from God. Thus, the state's actual claim is not, it is just to use force against you, but not against me. Rather,
it is just to use force against you rather than me because it was popular. That really cleans things up. I guess I'll have to concede there.
It is just to use force against you under the parameters of the law that you have assented to, or which all humans must assent to because it is objective. But if popular assent to the law no longer exists.
Open Objectivist is saying, by the way, this guy said he didn't watch Zulu almost at all. That's an interesting one, because why do you put me in the fucking thumbnail? Why do you mention me in the video? Are you responding to me, Natty Bud Light, or aren't you? What's going on here? Did you just want the clickbait? Like, I'm fine with clickbait. I've put plenty of people in my videos before. I put Dave Smith smack bang in the fucking center of my thumbnail on this libertarian video, but guess what? I actually responded to him in that video. If you're going to have a video called Every Anarcho-Capitalist Argument Debunked, and you explicitly name me and explicitly put me up in the thumbnail, I expect to see at least one of my arguments in there. Well, we'll see. I mean, we're only 5 minutes in. Maybe he's got it tucked away in there somewhere and everybody has just missed it so far.
Exists, or if I violate the divine mandate, then my use of force is unjustified. Of course, it would be absurd to expect the state to just dissolve itself.
You know, let's give him some of the same treatment. And he's like, oh, well, these arguments, they're all absurd, these arguments for the NEP. I think it's pretty absurd to say, well, what is my argument that it's fine for the state to do these things? Well, it's either going to be that God said so, which I'm not going to justify, or it's going to be that it was kind of just, people wanted to do it, you know, it was kind of popular. Those don't strike me as particularly, you know, moving arguments there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe other people are like, oh, fucking well done there, buddy. You really owned libertarianism there. But I just don't see it.
If the masses turned against it. But there are real examples of states not being simple monopolies on violence. All the way from antiquity up through the feudal Middle Ages, there was a customary right of rebellion vassals held against the crown. If the crown violated customs or acted in discordance with his divine investiture, he could legitimately be deposed by his vassals and then replaced.
Is this guy Christian? Because, I mean, it definitely wasn't Christian law in antiquity. Am I going fucking insane here? Guys, remind me. Jesus, he came about, you know, somewhere around 400 BC, right? I think that's about right. 400 before Christ. I think that's when Jesus came along. So yeah, no, I guess that's squarely in antiquity. There's going to be divine right of kings under Jesus Christ. So I guess I'll have to concede on that one too.
In ancient China, the concept of the
Ancient China, big Christians they were in ancient China, big into the Christianity.
mandate of heaven was utilized both by the masses and by dissident nobles to justify rebellions against the emperor. If the emperor was replaced, it was customarily agreed that it was the will of heaven and thus was legitimate. And
this is entirely post hoc. This is entirely the Bronze Age type of belief that, well, those guys won, so the gods must have been on their side. Of course you'd think that if you're a fucking Bronze Age peasant. Right? And this is why the Romans, they had this whole ritual before they would invade some sort of a city or whatever. They would pray to the gods of that new city and say, hey guys, we're going to pray to you. We'll give you some, you know, goodies and stuff like that if you come over to our side. Because they didn't know. There might be some gods out there that we're not aware of. We want to play it safe, so we're going to try and get those gods over to our side, you know, so that they'll still have worshippers afterwards, so they still get something. And, you know, then we can win. Right, that was just the standard sort of belief around these early people. This is not a justification of anything, though. It's not that they have worked out what the actual will of God is. It's post hoc. It's, well, we won, so it must have been within God's will. Whatever gods are of this land.
Iberia, there possibly existed the charters of Rebarbe, which stated, if he, the king, should hereafter tyrannize the kingdom against the Fueros or...
Fueros? The Fueros? Were they in Egypt? The Fueros of Egypt, I believe.
Liberties, the kingdom should be free to choose another king, even if he were a pagan. Additionally, the Magna Carta enabled barons to overrule the right of the king. There was also the Hungarian Golden Bull of 1222, which enabled noblemen to resist the king if he acted contrary to law. Finally, Thomas Aquinas more or less inverted the meaning of sedition, writing that it was really the tyrant who was seditious against the people, not the people against the tyrant. In the early modern era, and of course goes without saying that the United States was founded to a certain extent upon a right of...
Was this really the historical analysis that convinced him that the NAP was false? He looked back in history and said, well, actually there was some sort of a bronze bull in Hungary, and, well, I guess the NAP is false now. Is this the caliber of argument? And this guy was deep into libertarianism. He knew all his stuff, but he just hadn't considered the bronze bull yet.
Rebellion. As Thomas Jefferson said, the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. We might also reference Jean-Jacques Rousseau's proposition that the people have the right to depose an unworthy government by withdrawing their consent.
What is the standard of unworthiness? Like, what explicitly is the standard of unworthiness? Because he says, well, it's a divine right, or popularity. Are those one and the same always? So that's curious. But what specifically is the divine law on this matter? Like, what specifically are the standards by which you can decide, oh, well, this one's tyrannical, so we can go against it? If not the NEP, because clearly it's not the NEP. But what specifically is it? I'm not sure. Bunny Boy for 100 crooner saying debunked, hashtag owning libertarianism. Indeed. Well, thank you very much for the money.
We can clearly see that the estoppel argument is based on an
And that was about estoppel, by the way. All of this nonsense that was his debunking of estoppel. I completely forgot about that. Yes, what an astounding argument against Kinsella. I'm going to have to send that one to Kinsella get him to do add some errata in his papers there. Going like, well, in this theory of dialogical estoppel, it has been brought to my attention I did not consider the bronze bull, so I withdraw my entire argument. Kinsella's, we gotta inform him about this one.
Simplified straw man of the actual basis for the state's monopoly on violence, which, as we can see, is
simplified straw man. Now that's an interesting term to use there. I would posit that it's a simplified straw man of estoppel, the way you've described it, and the way you've tried to pretend that this is some root argument for the NEP, rather than being what it's always been presented as, which is an argument for the justice of retribution. The eye for an eye. I'd say that's a pretty big simplified straw man there. You've simplified it a bunch, and you've straw manned it a bunch. I think that's fair.
Usually, at least in theory, delimited by popular consent. If we can declare anything to be unjust, then it would be an explicit tyranny, not the state itself. Lastly, we must confront Stefan Molyneux's UPB. Again, I won't spend much time on it. You can watch Rationality Rules' video on UPB if you want to do.
I mean, I don't really care about UPB at all. So, I mean, maybe this guy's correct about that.
Deep dive. But the most serious problem is that Molyneux presupposes the question of universally preferable behavior in the definition of universally preferable behavior. It's a circular argument. He also, like Hoppe, violates the Izot gap for basically the same reason.
You know what else violates the Izot gap? The argument that there is an Izot gap.
It shouldn't surprise you that no philosopher who is actually worth his salt hasn't found a way to conclude that his, and only his, moral argument is correct. No.
Pardon me. UPB made me think of the PEB. It's a very similar acronyms there.
No one has solved philosophy, and Molyneux's arrogant attempt is the most laughable.
Surely every philosopher thinks they've at least solved the areas in philosophy that they're making claims about. How is it arrogant when it comes to us, suddenly? This guy thinks he's solved the philosophy on this front. Because guys, I don't know if you know about this. There's actually this bronze bull in Hungary, and so therefore Aristopple's false. So he's solved the philosophy. I'll concede to that. He's solved the philosophy as far as the bronze bull is concerned. But why is it suddenly like it's only arrogant when it comes to us? Everybody else is able to claim that they solve philosophy. Hegelians are allowed to claim that. Marxist-Leninists are allowed to claim that. It's only us who aren't allowed to claim that. It's curious there, isn't it?
Of all of them. Now let's go on to the next one, which is voluntary employment. An important cornerstone of anarcho-capitalist theory.
Yeah, so we're just not going to actually receive any sort of like a treatment of what the NEP actually is. He's just moving on. He's just moving on. I thought maybe he was just very idiosyncratic with his editing style, and after he'd explained all that, he was going to say, and here's what the NEP is. But it's looking less and less likely as time goes on.
Is voluntarism, which is the proposition that the only just actions or relationships are between mutually consenting parties.
If only there was some sort of a principle that would make it very clear and precise what we mean by that, and where consent is required, where it isn't required, so on and so forth. Some sort of a principle. Maybe it would be against aggression, like, the do not aggress principle, something like that. The DNAP, the do not aggress principle. If only we had such a principle, and if only we knew about it in this video, then we would be able to evaluate these things.
In other words, the use of unilateral force, which is not justified prior by consensual agreement on terms, or the application of force to compel non-consenting parties to perform or abstain from actions, is immoral. Voluntarism originates in the work of Auberon Herbert, whose philosophy differs in some details from anarcho-capitalism, insofar as he proposes the creation of a voluntarily funded state to keep order and enforce contracts. But nonetheless, the basic moral principles of voluntarism are part of the basis for anarcho-capitalist moral arguments.
No, no, no. Not the basis. The basis of anarcho-capitalist arguments are not voluntarism. That's entirely false. The basis of anarcho-capitalist arguments are the non-aggression principle. What is the non-aggression principle, Natty Bud Light? You told us in this video before? I don't think so. Oh yeah, it's when you don't step on the snake. Yes, this libertarianism, it sounds ludicrous. That's not a proper principle.
Libertarians claim that employment contracts are, under free market conditions, completely voluntary.
Yeah, it's just a tautology. That's just tautologically the case. Under free market conditions, i.e., where there are no triangular interventions or coercion or anything like that, then yeah, the only arrangements that could possibly obtain there are voluntary ones. That's the definition of the free market. So how is he going to debunk this tautology?
As such, the claim made by Marxists that employers exploit the labor power of employees to make profit by extracting surplus labor value is apparently refuted.
No, that's not the refutation of it. The refutation of it is the refutation of labor theory value. Because when they're saying exploitation, again, when a Marxist is truly with their Marxist hat on, and they say exploitation, all that means is the factual condition that surplus value is being extracted. It's not a moral claim at all. So the refutation from an Austrian perspective would involve refuting the labor theory of value upon which this is based. That's actually completely outside of anarcho-capitalist legal theory, completely outside of it.
The employee agreed to such and such a wage, and he agreed to perform such and such labor for a certain number of hours. Therefore, if he feels he is underpaid relative to his productive output, he is simply projecting an entitlement to which he never consented in the first place, and therefore he is not exploited. Marxists give the most obvious rebuttal to this argument, which is that the
Is this guy a Marxist? Like, are you going to agree with this argument?
circumstances which compel a person to seek employment are not consensual, such as the threat of starvation or.
So what? You starve. So what? What is the moral implication here? Right? According to Marxism, there could be no moral implication there. So why is this being brought up in a video disputing our legal theory? If there could not possibly be any moral implications behind work or starve within Marxism itself, why is this being brought up? Right? And fundamentally, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That, yes, it is the case that if you don't produce, or somebody doesn't produce for you, that yeah, you will die. That's just a fact of reality. That's what scarcity means. Okay? Now the question is that given scarcity, how do you best allocate production? And the answer is the free market. And given scarcity, we can have conflicts. How do you best deal with conflicts? You avoid them. I wonder what ideology is claiming that.
Homelessness, and as such, employers are practicing an implicit form of coercion against employees who have no ability to determine the.
Howard Rourke says, in Alice Shrugged, in response to this type of thing, okay, then go to the bush and pluck the job off that bush where you think it grows. This is the point at hand. Why is it possible for there to be that job in the first place? It didn't just exist in nature. It's not that the capitalist has cosseted this job away from you and hoarded up all the jobs. They make that job possible in the first place. So if you don't want to engage with them, you don't have to. You aren't owed their productive capacity. You're not owed slaves. This is a crazy take that we have, that I guess these guys don't have, is that we're in fact opposed to slavery. And this is, if only we knew about the bronze bull, then we would know how slavery is actually okay sometimes. I guess that's the argument going on here.
Conditions under which they work. This argument is rather weak because in prosperous Western countries where food is in abundance, and in which there are, at least in socially democratic countries, vast and easily accessible welfare states, the possibility that an unemployed person with sound mental health would literally starve to death or die from exposure is scant.
You know how you actually stop starvation? Production. Production is how you stop starvation. Do you know how many times throughout history it was that hunger was wiped out? It happened only in the capitalist countries. The capitalist countries wiped out hunger. As it turns out, in the West, it wasn't charitable donations or welfare states. It wasn't that they started implementing those things and then suddenly there was an abundance of food. No, they privatized the food. They privatized the production of food, and then there was an abundance.
Even in the United States, depending on where you live, there are usually homeless shelters that offer free food and lodging. If you don't live in a city, there is nevertheless enough food available, such that it would be rather difficult to actually starve to death. Most people would probably buy a hamburger for someone if they were really in such a bad situation. And above all, the employer did not actually create these conditions, such as scarcity of resources, the physical needs of your body, and so forth. So it would be rather absurd to hold him responsible for coercing people. So we might grant that in the West, at least no one is going to starve to death if they can't get or refuse to get a job. That being said, the second part of the argument elucidates what is really problematic with voluntarism. The employee has no bargaining power. Every contract
Not necessarily the case. Okay, you have leverage to some degree in every negotiation. If you are top AI talent and Google wants to acquire you from OpenAI, you actually have a whole lot of bargaining power. That's why they were paid so goddamn much. Right? You've got all the bargaining power in the world. They want you more than you want them. The real question is, how do you get more people like that? Well, people need to be more productive. How do you get more productive? You have a more complex capital structure, but one's labor is more productive accordingly. How do you get a more complex capital structure? Well, you have to allow people to produce such a structure. And how do you allow that to happen? They have to have freedom. They have to have property rights.
An employee enters with an employer is biased in favor of the employer, who gets to determine the terms and conditions of that employment, even to such an extent that the requirements of the job might outstrip the ability for the employee to meet, and frequently will fall below the employee's actual financial requirements in terms of wages and benefits. The ultimate problem with voluntarism, and this is where the obvious...
I was just doing a quick, for anybody who's just listening, I'm just doing a quick little boo-hoo sign into the camera, because who gives a shit? Hey, oh no, it's below what I want to happen. Well, okay, I want McDonald's to hire me tomorrow, and my wage will be 1 private jet per hour. Anything less than it's below my expectations, and so they're exploiting me. They're coercing me, because it's below my expectations. Therefore, NAP false. You know, who'll pay for the private jets? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Am I productive enough to warrant that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just throw that all to the side. Drop that context, okay? Just drop that context fully.
This argument fails to actually hit the right target is that the voluntariness of a relationship is not binary, but rather it lies on a spectrum depending on how much power, both in terms of economy and authority, one party leverages over the other. We can imagine two very different kinds of relationship to illustrate why consent alone is not enough to render a relationship completely voluntary. The first is a friendship. Friends are generally, if not always, equal in terms of their power vis-a-vis each other. A forced friendship is an absurdity and obviously not a friendship. If one person is using his fame or wealth to secure the affection of another person, we can hardly consider that a friendship. In the classical world, writers like Aristotle remarked that the fundamental basis of friendship is equality.
Does this guy just want to show off that he did like a quick, like, you know, History 101 course on like Coursera or some shit? Is that just what is that what this video is?
Equality and power. He said verbatim that friends have all things in common, something that would not be possible if friends differed in their leverage over one another. As such, the friendship is sort of an ideal type of relationship, completely equal in terms of power, and thus completely and unambiguously voluntary. You can enter into or leave a friendship at will without material fear of deprivation or coercion. And before anyone brings it up, yes, romantic relationships are kind of like friendships. If they aren't, that's usually kind of a problem.
Well, so I can be materially deprived, in a certain sense. I can have values deprived from me if I exit a friendship. Namely, I'll no longer have the whatever values are involved in that friendship. So it's just wrong, in fact.
And you should probably go to therapy. The second type of relationship is slavery. Under slavery, there is a massive power imbalance between the master and the slave, to such an extent.
There's not just a power imbalance. Okay. What is the fundamental aspect of slavery? It's one person possessing a different person. Okay. Preventing that person from doing things. Namely, aggressively preventing them from doing things. That is the defining aspect, not just that there's a power imbalance. Because guess what, Mr. Statist? As it turns out, there's a power imbalance between little old me and the head of government. You're good with that. You're good with that, though.
That the slave possesses no influence over the master, and the master possesses complete influence over the slave. One may enter into a slave relationship, in which case it is called indentured servitude, but one cannot voluntarily leave it. As such, the slave, or the indentured servant, because he is not equal to his master, has no right nor power to determine the conditions of that relationship.
Yeah, no, this is complete hogwash as far as our theory is concerned. You cannot sell yourself into slavery. If you want to be an indentured servant, go ahead. But you're allowed to leave anytime you want. Maybe you no longer get to live in the Lord's castle or whatever. You no longer get... You can leave.
He can be compelled to work, he can be starved or punished, and he can be the victim of force applied in any way which is convenient to the master. Between slavery and friendship, there's a whole panoply of different kinds of relationship that we encounter in society, such as business partnerships in which the financial resources commanded or represented by either party function as a basis for bargaining, and in which the balance can tilt toward either end depending on that end's economic situation. The same is true, mutatis mutandis.
Just stop trying with the words, okay, buddy? Just cut it off. Just cut it off. So, okay, we get it. Okay, you think it's very impressive. You think it's very impressive, I'm sure. Well, let's just cut it off, okay? I'm trying to do you a favor here. Just cut it off.
A political relationship such as those between the leaders of different countries. But the most important type of relationship for us in this middle zone is the employment contract. Employees suffer a great degree of deprivation of power vis-a-vis the employer.
Both sides have to agree to terms with respect to each other in order for the contract to happen. Fundamentally, you agree to those fucking terms. Just because you're an employee doesn't in fact mean you get to walk into the CEO's office and take his keys and drive his Lamborghini out of there. No. Yeah, you're deprived of that power. You also didn't have that power in the first place. Right? They selectively gave you some power to access employee-only areas and so on and so forth. And you're upset that they didn't give you full dominion over the entire company, I guess.
Lower end of the wage scale, there is no room for bargaining over wages whatsoever, since one is easily replaceable, and there is what Marx called...
Well, there is actually bargaining still. It's just you don't have a whole lot of leverage if all you're doing is flipping burgers. Correct. Who cares? What is your solution to this, Mr. Monarchist? To force the most productive people, to hire the least productive people, because those people are the least productive. Sacrifice the most productive for the sake of the least productive due to their lack of production. Hatred of the good for being the good. Envy. That's what you advocate for.
The reserve army of laborers ready and waiting to replace him if he proves to be a hard bargainer. On the higher end of the wage scale, once we start getting into positions which provide a salary, we are dealing mostly with skilled labor, which is either difficult to replace in the case of technicians, programmers, engineers, and so forth, or irreplaceable, such as actors, craftsmen, or artists. Here, employees actually do have some bargaining power, since they are less likely to have the reserve army at their back, waiting to swoop in to accept a lower wage. However, in either case, the employee is always at a disadvantage in terms of power vis-a-vis the employer. He will not get to determine the type of work he will do.
Yes, he does. You actually have full power to determine the type of work you will do. Do you want to know how? I know that. Because in fact, right now, McDonald's would love it if I were to flip burgers for them. But I, in fact, do not want to do that. And guess what happened? I have full and utter authority over saying, nah, don't want to do that. Complete authority to say that. What is this idea? Where does this come from? Where you think that you can't control the type of work you do? You can. You don't have to work for somebody if you don't want to. That is entirely within your control.
He will not get to determine the pace of the production, nor the terms of his benefits, hours, or commitments. Ultimately, his position is not too dissimilar from the unskilled proletariat, except that he is a relative aristocrat with regard to the compensation for his labor power, which, according to the labor theory of value, is worth a multiple of that of an unskilled laborer.
Yeah, this guy's just a Marxist. Why didn't you say that in the beginning? He's just a Marxist. Right? You just say you're a Marxist. It's okay. You don't have to pretend that you're like a right-winger and say, well, I'm a national monarchist, and here are my arguments against libertarianism. Boom, labor theory of value. Boom, workers are exploited. Boom, boom, Marx says this. You don't have to pretend. It's okay, bro. You're allowed to just be open and honest. You can come out of the closet and say, yes, I am a Marxist. It'll feel a lot freer if you just be honest with people.
But what does it mean to say that such an imbalanced relationship is not meaningfully consensual? If you agreed to imbalanced terms, isn't that agreement simply consent, and thus the terms of the contract are completely just, and the relationship...
I mean, tautologically, agreement is a synonym for consent to. Yes, just tautologically, agreement to terms is consent to those terms. That you're just saying the same thing twice there.
Relationship, therefore, entirely voluntary. This view of consent is entirely too simplistic and binary.
If only we had some sort of a principle, a non-aggression principle, where we could clarify exactly what we mean in precise praxeologic terms. Unfortunately, the NAP, it just means don't step on snake guy. That's all it means, just don't step on the snake. what a ludicrous principle. These libertarians, what the hell are they talking about?
To say that one consents to something is to say that by an autonomous act, he has agreed to the...
An autonomous act. Let me just make sure I'm getting this right. So let's try and break this down. Pull up... Okay, so autonomous, not controlled by others or outside forces, i.e. you chose that action. Okay. Every single action is an autonomous action. Because it is in fact not possible. Let me just... I'm not fucking with you guys. I'm gonna go to the little definition here. That's what it says. This guy, he's got too big words for me, this guy. I have to Google these things. That's what it says. Every single action is in fact autonomous by this definition. No action that you're taking is in fact, it is coming from you. Right? Where might this break down? If you are being physically controlled by another person, or perhaps some other sort of aggression. If only we had some kind of a principle where we could delineate between these things. If only we had some sort of a non-aggression principle so we could figure out when these autonomous actions are taking place.
In terms of that thing. But if consent originates in autonomy, wouldn't we have a problem if a person's individual autonomy were curtailed by a power imbalance?
Nope. Autonomy is not curtailed by a power imbalance. Justify that right this second. I know he's not going to. That's why I paused here. He's not going to justify that. Ever in this video will he justify how a power imbalance, namely, I'm richer than you, somehow means that you are no longer able to freely act. Never will he justify that. Because he doesn't want to justify that. Because he doesn't have a fucking principle. He doesn't have any actual solid, concrete principle here. So that's why he's going to pretend that we don't either. That's why he's got to pretend that the non-aggression principle just means basically don't step on the snake. He's got to pretend that, because that's about as deep as his legal knowledge goes on his front. Negative 38.89 for $2 US. Just shut it down, Natty. Yeah, this is pitiful.
Would consent that originates out of dysautonomy still be consent? No. If a person cannot determine all the parameters of his contract, he is not in any meaningful sense autonomous.
Cannot determine all of the parameters of his contract. So it's only free action if you are determining all of the parameters of your contract. So unless I can go to McDonald's and unilaterally declare, well, my payment will be 1 private jet per hour, and they have to accept that. Otherwise, I'm not free. That's what we're going for here, I guess. This is fucking pathetic.
With regard to the other employer and his relationship with him, the wage contract is fundamentally a relationship of subordination, and that subordination pre-exists the actual employment relationship by virtue of the fact that the capitalist holds the keys to economic power and the employee does not. If one wishes to engage with the economy and to get out of the market what the market exists for, presumably, which is the provision of human wants and needs.
You know how you do that in ANCAP? You can go piss off into the woods where nobody fucking cares to be, and you can try and make it on your own. I think you'll find you'd much rather take the deal with Domino's.
You must engage with the capitalist from a relationship of economic subordination. That pre-existent subordination renders the question of the employee's autonomy moot. He, in reality, does not actually have meaningful autonomy. The other question is whether one can legitimately surrender his natural rights via contract. I will once again bring up indentured servitude because in such a
No. That is the libertarian answer. No, you can't. There's no sense in which it's even sensible to speak about surrendering your natural rights via contract. Contracts are the terms that define the transfer of title to property. Property rights are not rights over other rights. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. By the way, only 1 private jet per hour? Come now, Zulu, you can do better than that. Yeah, no, I want to be fair. I want to be fair to my employers.
Contract. One is giving up one's right to free movement and bodily autonomy for the sake of either a wage or the provision of his physical needs. Anarcho-capitalists would, according to the logic of voluntarist philosophy, conceive of such a relationship as voluntary slavery, which
See, this is the problem. When you have a video like this, let me just... This is the problem with videos like this, where they're claiming that they've got some manner of expertise, they've done the reading, they've looked into all the arguments, and yet they just swallow voluntary slavery, as if it's just a fully accepted thing, and not a fringe belief held pretty much only by Walter Block, which, guess who gets actually mentioned in this video? Not Walter Block, Liquid Zulu gets mentioned in this video. Guess who has an entire section of his course dealing with the fact that voluntary slavery is a complete nonsense. Nothing. It has no place in our legal theory. This guy. This is just fucking pathetic.
in the final analysis, because the contract is fundamentally consensual, would not actually be slavery and thus would not violate self-ownership nor the NAP. However, if natural rights are a consequence of our ability to reason, and if we cannot surrender our ability to reason, we also cannot legitimately surrender our bodily autonomy.
State right now that that's already an accepted argument within anarcho-capitalism. That is a disputed fringe view within our theory that you can sell yourself into slavery. State that right now, or you are a massively dishonest person, Natty Bud Light.
Thus, there are some contracts which, even from within the boundaries of libertarian
Guess he's not gonna.
philosophy, which are impermissible even if they may be, in a rather simplistic and literal sense, consensual. It may seem like I'm just reading the phone book, because a lot of more intelligent ANCAPs will probably be nodding along or shouting, yes, that's what we argue.
There we go. It's this guy.
But hold on for a second.
Oh.
The capitalist workplace is not ran like a voluntarist organization where each employee is free to work and negotiate as he sees fit.
Yes, it is.
It is instead what Mark Fisher called capitalist Stalinism.
Well, gee whiz, if Mark Fisher calls it that, then what is this? I hate this fucking style of writing an essay where every, like, paragraph or two, they feel the need to fucking insert some quote to show that they've, like, done their reading to their fucking teacher who's going to be looking over this. There isn't going to be you're not handing this into a lecturer, okay? You don't need to show, well, according to Mark Fisher, just make the arguments, bro. This is a YouTube video. Cut it out. Knock it off.
You produce based on quotas for bonuses. What you make and how you make it is essentially determined by CEOs, product leads, and managers.
And agreed upon by you. So you can, in fact, decide at any point, nah, I don't agree to that. If you guys want to keep me around, then you're going to have to abide by my terms or else I'm gone. You can do that at literally any second of your work under our theory in a capitalist workplace. You, in fact, can do that.
The rules you must follow in the workplace, the dress code, code of conduct, sexual harassment.
Okay, so if I'm to get this guy right, if we want to have a truly free workplace to get away from this capitalism, every individual must be able to decide on their own dress code, on their own sexual harassment policies, what work they're going to be doing, when they'll be doing it, and what they're going to be compensated. Gee whiz, if oppression means getting rid of somebody's ability to sexually harass at will, then lock me up and throw away the fucking key, because I'm an oppressive capitalist.
Policies, DEI policies, and discrimination policies, and so on, are essentially mandated. Everything takes place in a rigid hierarchy of power, authority, and command. What is in fact happening is that the employee is contracting to give up his right to act, reason, and speak freely for the sake of earning a wage through producing for the company. Other than the fact that outside of special circumstances, you can choose to quit your job if you disagree with his policies,
Whoa.
The wage contract is virtually identical.
Outside of special our claim is you can always just quit. That's what makes it voluntary. You can just quit. You don't have to stay there. You cannot sell yourself away.
To indentured servitude, in terms of its requirement that you surrender your intellectual and bodily autonomy to
No, you don't surrender anything. You're working in tandem. You're working in tandem with the company.
an employer. I won't even get to the aforementioned special circumstances such as specified period, non-compete clauses, and other such things which materially restrict your economic autonomy.
Yeah, so we're against any quote-unquote contracts that are not based in pure title transfer theory. So there is no such a thing as a non-compete clause or a contracted period or anything like that. No such thing in our theory.
It should be obvious enough how voluntary.
And this is just so fucking rich. Why are we hearing all this bullshit coming from a monarchist? You want all these things dialed up to 11 just with the monarch in charge? Like, why are we hearing this thing from a fucking monarchist? It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Such things are. Now let's get on to the question of whether capitalism is compatible with liberty. Obviously, libertarians claim that their philosophy is based upon the principle of liberty, which in their view simply means negative liberty or freedom from coercion. We can obviously
Again with the fucking sloppiness at every goddamn fucking turn.
Question this premise that liberty ought to be defined in purely negative terms, which I will not get into here. I've discussed this problem in other.
So you're being sloppy, and then you're also not explaining your sloppy formulation fully. Brilliant.
Videos, and this one is long enough as it is. So let's suppose that we accept that liberty means freedom from coercion. If the system represented by voluntarist capitalism compatible with freedom from coercion? To begin to survey this question, it's helpful to consider what actually counts as coercion.
This is the problem with using these fucking super imprecise principles. Because libertarianism is not about freedom from coercion. Because immediately he can then go into, well, coercion just means force, and they're fine with force sometimes, so I guess these guys are in contradiction. That's the problem with having these fucking retarded foundations from a guy who's supposed to have fucking expertise in this, mind you. That's what he fucking said. No. What we stand for is the non-aggression principle. Aggression is the initiation of conflicts. Conflicts are mutually exclusive actions. That is what we stand for. That's it. That's all. Okay, so stop trying to homebrew your own goddamn half bastard form of libertarian principles on the fly. You're not good enough to do that.
Coercion is the non-consensual use of force to compel a person to act or compel them to refrain from acting. I've already concluded that the wage contracts under capitalism are not entirely consensual and instead sit somewhere.
Kinsella literally addressed the use of these metaphors and vague terms. Yeah, exactly. Like that's. Let me pull up that Kinsella article. Yeah, the problem with coercion. This bad boy. This is why we don't use coercion as any sort of a pillar term in our theory. It is riddled with issues if you try to do that. I would definitely recommend people check it out. As you can see, not a very long article, a bit of a stub here. It's really like, this is so dishonest coming from Natty Bud Light.
Toward the slavery end of this.
And by the way, this is not even just like, it might be one thing if he was just asked out of nowhere, like on a live stream or something, hey, what is your opinion on libertarianism? And he like kind of rattled some of these off the top of his head, and he's like, I'm not really too familiar with it, but that would be one thing. It's the fact that he is presenting himself as a knowledgeable figure on libertarian philosophy, that he did all the reading, he was a libertarian for years, and he's presenting it in this way. It is totally just strawmanning libertarianism for his, I don't know, Marxist or monarchist audience. It's so dishonest. Null paradigm for 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. Might need time, but if you could pick one, what do you think is the strongest argument against anarcho-capitalism or the NEP you've heard? Where does it still fail? Strongest argument against it. Let me think. Probably the emergencies case. Like, hey, we're in like this dire emergency right now where you've got to commit an aggression in order to keep living, to keep surviving. And life is the standard of value, so what the heck? This thing clearly has limits. The emergency provision, the like lifeboat scenario, is probably the strongest argument. If you want to know my full take on that, in my video, Anarcho-Capitalism Responding to the Critics, I have a dedicated section on that type of argument. In short, I believe it is a form of reification of the zero. That is treating a nothing as a something. That is the problem with survivalism in general. It treats the standard of ethics to be the avoidance of death, that is the avoidance of a nothing, rather than the attainment of a positive. That is the problem with it.
Spectrum without fully reaching it, since it entails the pre-existing economic subordination of the employee to the capitalist as well as the fact that the company reserves the right to use force after the employee has signed on. Since such relationships are not entirely consensual, we can therefore conclude.
In what senses do they have the right to use force? Let me just break this down. If I became a McDonald's fry cook, you know, what sort of scenarios would they be allowed to use force against me in? You know, maybe if I opened up the cash register and just started pocketing it, well, that'd be defending their property. You know, maybe if I tried to pee in the fry oil, well, again, that would be protecting. It seems like all the situations in which they could use force against me are ones in which I'm violating their property rights, and they're getting rid of me because I'm trespassing against them. So A, it strikes me that this is not like some unique restriction being placed upon employees. It's a restriction placed upon everybody. And B, this is why we don't talk about force or coercion or things like this. We talk about aggression, conflict, right? You are never allowed to commit an aggressive act. Never, not one time. Never, never, never. Right? These defensive actions are not aggressive.
That the wage relationship is, in fact, a form of coercion, although one that is mitigated by the possibilities of negotiation, and without going too far afield, the freedom of association such that one can leave the contract at will. One problem that communists frequently raise is that private property, as a whole, is foundational on coercion. The most intuitive way to illustrate this is the island analogy, which demonstrates the fact that private property is foundational on enclosure, which itself requires coercion to maintain. The first use of the island analogy can perhaps be attributed to John A. Hobson, but you probably know it from Vaush, who came up with a rather vulgar version of it. If you haven't heard it before, basically it goes like this. Imagine you and another person, we'll call him Dr. Pavel.
Yeah, so we're really doing the Coconut Island thing. Okay, go on.
Are the only survivors of a plane crash. Clearly Bane wasn't involved, since if he were, the plane would have crashed with no survivors. Anyway, Dr. Pavel wakes up before you do, and he gathers all the coconuts on the island, which are the only source of food. You wake up, you're hungry, and you eventually find Dr. Pavel, who has hoarded all the coconuts. He says he will only split them with you if you do whatever he asks you to do. If you refuse, then you will starve. If you accept, then you are under his thumb. When Dr. Pavel gathered up all the coconuts, this is called enclosure.
Yeah, so let me just respond to this. Let me first of all say, well, I believe sex work is real work. I think Vosh is being very sex worker phobic with this analogy. I think it's real work. If you want to suck penis, get coconuts, you go, girl. Now, let me twist this analogy for you. Let me send this one back to you, Natty Bud Light. I've contracted a disease. This disease, it works in a very particular way. It means that I will die if I do not have sex with at least one woman every week. As it turns out, no woman wants to have sex with me. Would I be allowed to force any women to have sex with me? Because otherwise I'm being coerced by those women. And would the women be allowed to say, okay, well, fine, you can have sex with me so long as you do the dishes? Would they be enslaving me? I was like, no! This shows how when you invert the proper order of property rights, you arrive at total and utter evil. Maybe this guy says, yeah, the sex disease haver, they're allowed to rape. Well, I'll take the strong stance, I'll bite the bullet, that I'm in fact opposed to rape. This guy, he's for rape, I'm against rape. You know, that's just, I know it's controversial, but I don't like it when people are raped. Dememzia for 2 BRL, thank you very much. Liquid Zulu McDonald's piss fries, indeed.
Securing exclusive access to a resource. This is what happens under capitalism when a company stakes a claim on a coal deposit.
Can I hear that back again?
Pavel gathered up all the coconuts. This is called enclosure. Securing exclusive access to a resource. This is.
Did you hear that cut there? He cut 2 breath sounds right next to each other. Like, did you guys hear that one? Let me roll back a little bit.
This is what happens under capitalism when a company stakes a claim on a coal deposit or when it purchases the. This is what happens under split them with you if you do whatever he asks you to do. If you refuse, then you will starve. If you accept, then you are under his thumb. When Dr. Pavel gathered up all the coconuts, this is called enclosure, securing exclusive access to a resource. This.
You hear that one? You hear it? This is why I call this guy a Sloptuber. Now maybe just cut out that little bit of audio there. You know, it's just try a little bit. That's all I ask.
This is what happens under capitalism when a company stakes a claim on a coal deposit or when it purchases the land on which a river or aquifer rests.
Let me teach Natty Bud Light a little bit of audio editing, shall I? Just real quick. Go away. Okay. Don't care. Oh my god, I do not care. Oh, it's got this fucking, like, skip. Audacity is so fucking annoying these days. Let me just teach you a little bit of audio editing. Let's say we record something. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. And then the fox started doing other things. And let me just start reading some chat. Okay, I watched a little bit of AOTC and took some notes. I understand why pragmatism is bad now, and that the NEP is very important to stick to, Dememzia. Okay. Let's stop the recording there. So, there will be sections in this recording where there will be little breath sounds. Right? And you might have multiple takes, where you each have a breath sound at the end of one, and the start of the next one, where you're cutting them together. You can do this amazing thing in Audacity. I'm not going to mono it, I don't care enough. Where, let's say I don't want any of this any longer. I can just silence that part. Just take out your breaths, silence them. Maybe it kind of goes into the next word, though. So let's do effects, fading, fade in, and then I can still have a fade in for that, right? And then cut out the rest of it. A real quick audio editing lesson for Natty Bud Light there. Yeah, we're done with destroying him in philosophy. Now we're destroying him on the ability of him to edit together a coherent video.
So on. Now, Mentiswave did a whole video where he attempted to respond to the island analogy, in which he was basically
He did it again.
shadowboxing the concept of enclosure without realizing it. He made a rather simplistic Lockean argument, which is that private property arises from mixing labor with the land. Dr. Pavel exerted himself gathering up the coconuts, so he has mixed his labor with the land. Now, to respond to Mentiswave, I have to first explain various theories of ownership within private property theory.
Or is there a super chat? Oh no, Dememzia got mentioned, yeah, of course. Or the guy responding to Dememzia.
And then rebut them individually. I could just rebut Locke, but obviously the philosophy of libertarianism is a lot broader than just Locke, and some anarcho-capitalists actually disagree with Locke. Locke's theory is a form of labor or theory of ownership, which supposes that labor is a kind of property which can be imbued into other.
Well, at least this time he acknowledged that we disagree with Locke on his labor theory of property. At least he's done that.
Objects. To labor, a person must be capable of initiating actions, and thus his act of laboring belongs to him. Therefore, to use an object in the process of labor, such as, let's say, by picking a coconut, the act of labor becomes immanent in the object, and thus the object becomes an extension of that person and his act.
I have a Marxist argument for the Coconut Island. If the Marxist wants to get coconuts without working, that sounds like they want to extract the surplus labor value of the coconut proletarian. Well, there you go.
An obvious problem with the labor theory of ownership is that it rests on a category error. An act is not the same type as an object, therefore there cannot possibly be a mixing of labor with an object such that the object can become an extension of a person. Another problem is what I might call the fetishization of labor, which is a form of reification.
The fetishization of labor. I wonder. Good thing this guy has not been using the labor theory of value throughout this entire video. Because, you know, I think that would fall under the exact same category error. Labor is not the same thing as value. It is not what is generating value. What generates value? Well, I mean, you're attaining your ends. How do you attain your ends? You work for them. You engage in action.
Is in reality no real object called labor that can become imbued in an object. Instead, what actually concretely exists is the labor relationship. Marx wrote about the same problem regarding value in his theory of commodity fetishism. Basically, there's no actual entity called value that resides in a commodity, and so the discourse of value serves to obscure the concrete labor relationships that underlie commodity production. Here we are basically dealing with the same thing, but with labor instead of value.
I think what this is this guy is somebody who watched a couple Molyneux videos back in the day, and then the only real serious engagement, somewhat serious engagement with philosophy was he started reading leftists, particularly Marxians. I think that's what we've got on our hands here. I don't think this guy actually does understand our theory, even 1% as well as he thinks he does.
There's no such thing as labor within an object. The labor theory of ownership serves to obscure the real relationship of persons and objects, which is bound up with the physical necessities of the body and the motivations of people seeking access and use of those objects. In essence, what the labor theory of ownership obscures is that there is a meaningful difference between acquisition of an object for use value.
Why are we even going into the labor theory of ownership, by the way? He's already acknowledged that this is not a theory that we adhere to. That this is completely absent in our modern theory. So why is he going into this? What does he hope to gain from all of this bullshit?
An acquisition of...
By the way, do you guys like my fucking stream deck here? Just got it working today. Isn't that a beaut? I can just click little buttons. I just have like little fucking buttons on the McDonald's register in front of me. I can switch between as many different fucking scenes as I want. Beautiful stuff. I'm a professional streamer, guys. I'm a fucking professional streamer.
An object for exchange value. To acquire an object for use value is simply to acquire it for the satiation of one's needs, and as such, one will not acquire more than one needs or will need within a reasonable period of time. However, to acquire an object for exchange value, such as what was done by Dr. Pavel when he gathered up all the coconuts, is to acquire the object extraneously.
Okay. So he's against having anything acquired for exchange value, which means in his in his monarchist society, there would be no money. There could be no money. It's a stateful, perhaps classless, definitely moneyless society. And I'm supposed to accept that this guy's not a Marxist.
Dr. Pavel doesn't need to eat all the coconuts at once, and is...
Check chat every so often and you'll be... I've got chat right fucking in front of me. I've been reading it the whole goddamn time.
As soon as you come into his frame of reference, it becomes clear that you will need them just as much as he does. Therefore, Pavel's arrogation to the station of ownership of the coconuts, which only really makes sense in relation to other people's access to the coconuts, since, as we have already established, Lockean ownership as an extension of self-ownership is a category error, basically just signifies the deprivation of the use value of other people who'd otherwise have been able to acquire the coconuts. It is the...
Is he doing that TikTok edit song?
normative claim that economic relationships based on exchange value are valid.
I already got a second monitor. I got two of them right in front of me right here. People assume that I don't have any of the listen. I'm a professional streamer here. I've got the whole 9 yards. I got the webcam, I got the stream deck, I got the 2 monitors, I got the fucking 16 consoles, 20 monitors, a million wires, whatever the fucking XQC clip was. I got it fucking all. Don't you worry about it.
Which underlies Dr. Pavel's claim to ownership. not his ownership, which implies his right to use the coconuts as exchange.
Oh yeah, no, that fucking Sneeko tweet. Yeah, did you guys see that one? I got my first viral tweet. See this one. Oh, it's almost 100k. Nice. Yeah, no, like his fucking eyes, like I can't even move my eyes that fast. I'm not like that is such an awkward movement to do. Kafir. This is so awkward to do with your eyes. I don't know. This guy's his eyeballs are on a goddamn swivel. It's insane to me.
Values. To conceive of the coconuts as though they were imbued with Dr. Pavel's labor is, from a material point of view, indefensible, and thus no one should have exclusive rights to the coconuts in a state of nature. It is the invention of exchange value which produces the enclosure, not the act of picking the coconuts. Furthermore, I will let Ellen Mexons Wood elaborate on this problem.
Like, the thing is, I'm not opposed to having quotes in video essays. Of course I'm not opposed. I have plenty of quotes in video essays. But I think if you're including a quote in a video essay, it's because you can't say it better. You can't elaborate on it better, or you're trying to show what somebody is saying on it and saying, okay, well, this is this perspective, and here I'm going to be like responding to it or something. But this guy's every other fucking sentence, like, or as fucking Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, or as fucking Pavel's Wavels said, or whoever the fuck the current name is, you know, as Marx believes, it's okay, Natty Bud Light, you are allowed to have your own ideas. That is permitted. You can have your own ideas. They don't all have to be quotes.
For one thing, it turns out that there is no direct correspondence between labor and property, because one man can appropriate the labor of another. He can acquire a right of property in something by mixing it not with his
Why did he change the audio just for this quote and not for the other ones?
his own labor, but the labor of someone else whom he employs. It appears that the issue for Locke has less to do with the activity of labor as such than with its profitable use. In calculating the value of the acre in America, for instance, he talks not about the Indians' expenditure of effort, labor, but about the Indians' failure to realize a profit. The issue, in other words, is not the labor of a human being, but the productivity of property, its exchange value, and its application to commercial profit. The second theory of private property we'll be examining is first possession theory, which is the basis partly for proprietarianism. This is a rather parsimonious theory. Whoever can acquire an object first before others can, what is called original appropriation, is entitled to that object. He is then justified in defending his possession.
No Paradigm, my favorite quote you did was in the AI defense video where you quoted a Luddite and replaced it with AI rhetoric. Yeah, that one was pretty fun. Like, oh, sorry, no, Stephen Zapata didn't say that about AI. This is actually some fucking random asshole saying about the printing press or whatever it was. I know it was about photography, I think. Yeah, if you're a photographer, it's not true art. Like, oh, actually, no, that wasn't. I mixed up my quotes there for a second. Whoops-a-daisies.
That object with force.
And you can see the actual reason why that has to be a quote. It can't just be me saying something. It has to be a quote there. I don't think a lot of these have to be quotes. I really don't. And, you know, perhaps I'm being a little bit mean against Natty Bud Light here, you know, being too harsh in my critiques. But I think he deserves it if he's going to be this fucking dishonest about libertarianism, whilst claiming to be, like, in some way having expertise. I'm not even a fucking professional streamer. I still got my fucking phone giving me alarms. So I'm professional.
Of course. According to this theory, since Dr. Pavel appropriated the coconuts before you did, he is justified in preventing you from taking the coconuts using force. Also, he is perfectly within his rights to make your access to the coconuts conditional upon doing whatever he wants you to do. The real question...
Don't hate a man for citing sources. That's not my problem with it. It's this every other paragraph. You see this a lot in like college essays. Every other paragraph, it's like, or as this person says, because they got to show their professor that they did the reading. But it's just such an obtrusive way to engage with an essay. It's really not good. It's fine to cite sources. You can just have like a little fucking footnote up or something, or have like a bibliography, like, hey, you can read this for more information on what I'm saying. And it's like all the time, just, or as this guy is saying, all the goddamn time. And it's like, I don't think, I think you could remove half of these quotes and not lose a single thing in the video, at least half.
However, remains what is the actual basis for first possession. Now, if you'll remember, anarcho-capitalism is primarily a legal theory, so it's helpful to look to common law to find answers to questions regarding ownership.
Are we not going to debunk the first comer principle? Well, it's primarily a legal theory, so let's look to common law and what it has to say. Please tell me that's not what's about to happen. This time he's not going to just go, well, in common law, that's not how it is. Please, please, please tell me that's not about to happen.
Generally, the common law jurisprudence on first possession conceives of a state of nature as open access, in which all objects may be acquired by any person. We can easily imagine if Dr. Pavel were the only person to wash up on the island, the whole island would be freely accessible by him and for him. However, if there were other people on the island as well, then there suddenly arises the problem of how to mediate this open access. First possession seems to be the most intuitive solution to this question. Whoever acquires an object is entitled to exclusive use and dispensation of it. But the problem is, again, there is no real entity called ownership that exists.
Correct. Ownership is not an entity. It is a relationship between two entities. Am I going fucking crazy here? Did anybody at any point ever claim or imply that ownership is an entity? No, the first comer principle states how this relationship between entities is supposed to work. Right? It's claiming that, well, the first comer has priority, because any later comers, they're initiating conflicts. They don't have any sort of coherent justification, etc., etc., etc. That's the first comer principle. It's not saying that ownership is an entity.
So what really is ownership? In Carol Rose's 1985 paper...
Do you see what I mean? Why do we care about Carol Rose's 1985 paper? Who the fuck is Carol goddamn Rose?
Possession as the origin of property, she goes through various common law cases in which rights to property were...
So this guy just got on Google Scholar, right? He just got on Google Scholar, and that's why he brought up common law. He just got on Google Scholar, found this, that's why he had to somehow bring common law into this. Because it really is just has nothing to do with the fucking argument.
...were debated and established versus opposing claimants. For example, in Pearson v. Post, a hunter had a fox in his gun sights, and then an interloper fired, killing the fox and bagging it for himself. The court decided that the interloper, rather than the hunter, had the proper claim to the fox.
Who gives a single fucking shit about any of this? What does this have to do with anything regarding the thesis? You know, I'm very careful in my video essays. I have a particular thesis that I'm building upon throughout the whole video. I keep building upon this thesis and referring back to the thesis, and everything has its own place in building up this entire argument. What does this have to do with fucking anything? Anything? Who cares about what the fucking common law said? Who gives a shit? Doesn't matter.
Because he was the one who committed a clear act which constitutes an unequivocal intention of appropriating the animal to his individual use. Rose elaborates that this case reveals two important bases for ownership relations. One, a clear act, and two, a communication of intent. This leads her to conclude that exactly what ownership is basically a statement. This is mine, which is part of an ongoing
Do I even have to say anything about ownership is a statement? I own the moon. It's a statement. That is a statement. Does that establish that I own the moon? Let's say it does. Could we avoid conflicts? Could somebody else discover that I just made that statement if they were to come towards the moon? We can't avoid conflicts. If only there were some sort of a theory going on here about how we should avoid these conflicts. You know, conflict avoiding norms. You know, so, some sort of theory of property rights. If only. But no, we gotta stick to the fucking common law, I guess.
Negotiation with other people who may very well, as interlopers, argue, this is mine instead. To illustrate this, she introduces the principle of adverse possession, in which title to land which has been neglected by the original owner can be granted to an interloper who sufficiently improves the land instead. In other words, courts are deciding, based on the actions and intentions of the respective actors, whose claim of this is mine is valid. The takeaway from Rose's discussion is that ownership is not a concrete moral right, but it's...
Well, yeah, you would fucking get that from common law, wouldn't you? Because common law is not a theory of natural law, is it? It fucking is it. If only there was a video out there that was responding to libertarianism. And then, you know, maybe we would have something here. Because libertarianism does have a theory of natural law. But unfortunately, unfortunately, this video is called debunking every common law argument ever, not debunking every anarcho-capitalist argument ever.
Instead, a conversation which establishes conventions, and because of that, no theory of private property can be absolutely correct. It can only be legitimated. But of course, those parties which legitimate private property, i.e. courts, police, administrative bodies, employ force to do so, which calls into question exactly whether the concept of ownership can be compatible with negative liberty. If the whole basis of libertarian economies is the legitimation of claims by unilateral violence,
it's not. So what he's done there, in case you didn't pick up on that, is he went into the common law, plucked out a definition from the first article that came up on Google Scholar when he Googled this, or probably when he got ChatGPT to Google this. He plucked that definition out there after reading the abstract, and then he's saying, well, this is what ownership means. But then these libertarians, they're talking crazy if this is what ownership is, even though we've got our own fucking definition of ownership. Not gonna look at that one, though. This is fucking so dishonest.
Is this really negative liberty? No, of course not. It's fundamentally based on coercion. It is a forcible interruption of a free conversation between autonomous individuals what to do with the objects under open access, which is the default and the state of nature, by those who want decisively to end the conversation on their terms. As Proudhon said, property is theft. The question...
See, what did that add? Like, for any defenders of this guy in chat, what did it add when he said, as Proudhon says, property is theft? Apart from saying, see, I know about Proudhon. What does it actually accomplish apart from that? What does that establish in terms of his argument? What does it add to anything? What is he saying by including this fucking quote? What does that achieve? It's just a complete random insertion. Who cares? Who fucking cares, bro?
Remains then, why do proponents of capitalist private property call themselves libertarian? They should instead call themselves emergentists. They don't believe in liberty, they believe in domination by the most quick and ruthless proto-bourgeoisie, who are the first to send apart virgin nature.
Whoa, slow down there. It's a lot of jargon. The most, the quickest proto-bourgeoisie. Whoa, okay. He's throwing some hands now. Jesus Christ.
Sure, and who become masters of the earth purely accidentally, i.e. not by means of any real moral substance. It is this facade of objective morality that most of all prevents these emergentists from realizing that they actually support the most rapacious and violent order, which has as its foundation coercion, and which is basically feudal in nature. The establishment of this objective morality in the realm of property is, as I have demonstrated, simply an irrigation and a prejudice, not a moral argument. The enclosure of property comes first. The morality of property only comes later.
Nope. Actually not true. How do we arrive at property rights, gentlemen? Everybody in chat, say it with me. Start with the NEP. Non-aggression principle. That's actually a norm. It's a moral norm there. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Natty Bud Light. Start with the non-aggression principle. So how do you get to private property rights after that? Well, private property rights, they're conflict-avoiding norms. So it's just another way of stating the non-aggression principle. Okay. So how do you specifically get to, like, homesteading, and I own this, I own that? How do you get to that? Well, Crusoe and Friday, they're on the island. Crusoe, he takes a stick out of nature. He's the first appropriator of this stick. He walks towards the ocean. He wants to use it to spearfish. Friday comes along and takes that stick from him. Whoops daisies, we've arrived at a conflict. Whoops daisies, Friday started that conflict. Because he's the latecomer. So from the NEP, we arrive at homesteading. That wasn't so difficult, and in fact, Natty Bud Light. You included me in thumbnail, you mentioned me in the video. If you'd looked at, I believe, the second lesson in my course, I would have given you all that. Or, even any of my goddamn videos where I talk about that exact same proof.
Lastly, we must also deal with the concrete reality of property in the world as it actually exists today. There is no freely available land for you to homestead. You cannot.
Why might that be? Why might that be? Is it because we've already homesteaded everything? No. No, that's not the reason. Because the state claims dominion over many unhomesteaded things. Wait a minute. You're the statist, aren't you? You're the fucking statist. You want that to happen. You can't use the current state prevention of homesteading to go, there's nowhere left to homestead because it's being prevented. This is nonsense.
Appropriate or claim something for yourself if you don't want to work for others. Everything that exists has already been enclosed in the civilized world. We can even argue that since states exist in Africa, nominally at least, those resources are enclosed as well. There's no longer any colonization of quote-unquote empty land. There's no longer a West to expand to. If you want liberty, if you have to reckon with the wage system and the commodity fetishism, which obscures its essentially extractive character. You will either be a wage slave, or you will be lucky enough to be a wage slaver. There is no liberty anymore, at least in the negative sense of that term. So yes, indeed, only the left can legitimately call themselves libertarians. Those weird people on the right who fly the snake flag are just emergentists. But for the sake of simplicity, I will continue to call anarcho-capitalists libertarians for the rest of this video. Now let's determine whether economics is morally neutral or just a reflection of society.
Okay.
One argument I hear floating around occasionally, which always more or less goes implicitly understood by libertarians, is the notion that markets are morally neutral and that they are simply a reflection of the...
No. The argument is not that markets are morally neutral. We morally do endorse free markets. The point is that economics is a value-free science. Economics does not attach moral norms anywhere. So, immediately, he's fucked up the statement.
Existing state of society and its prevailing moral beliefs. Mintus Wave recently made a video where he aimed to challenge the discourse surrounding woke capital, and his conclusion was that the market simply reflects the prevailing socio-political attitude. Therefore, corporations going woke is not a consequence of political economy, rather it is simply an artifact of governments passing DEI laws and implementing progressive policies. Of course, to say such a thing is more or less to dodge the debate entirely. Exponents of the idea of woke capital argue that it is not necessarily the case that capital has become woke because woke ideas are floating around.
When's he going to tell us where economics introduces moral norms. When is he going to do that? He hasn't signposted any such thing yet. When's he going to do that?
Either, but rather the incentive structure of capitalism results in corporations adopting progressive ideas. The funny thing is, Wave doesn't actually dispute this because he acknowledges that corporations engage in progressive advertising in order to make increased profits. However, he is unwilling to concede that the progressive idea.
Cart, meet horse. You appear to be backwards, unfortunately. Do you know why businesses are able to make a profit by engaging in, like, Pride Month advertisements? Because that is the prevailing philosophy, and they've got to follow that, or else they go out of business. It's not that this is inherent. It will all... If you're in a society that thinks progressivism is abhorrent, you're certainly not going to make a profit by doing that. And so where... Is that where he's going to try and sneak in? That economics does have a moral norm, and that moral norm is progressivism, because it's more profitable to be a progressive. Is that the structure of his argument coming up? Oh, Jesus.
Ideology is tied up with liberalization of markets. Instead, it must be the fault of governments, and imposition by the left of progressive ideology on an otherwise axiologically neutral market. Now, I think there is some truth to the claim that markets are axiologically neutral. Businesses. If Walmart sold George Floyd action figures or something, they would face a heavy backlash from progressive and anti-fascist forces, which would reduce their revenue and result in progressive shoppers and suppliers choosing other retailers. So companies have to morally regulate what they sell and what messages they amplify so as to not offend consumer demographics. I believe this is sort of what was happening with the whole Steam censorship controversy. However, that isn't the whole story. Markets may be, in the short term, apparently axiologically neutral to the point that they have a sort of Overton window of values, but in the long term, they're nonetheless trends and the sort of values that market-driven societies tend to adopt, which cannot be attributed to the government or the left. In the first place, we have to note that market societies have trended away from the bourgeois values of early modernity.
Does this guy like progressives or not? Because he keeps spouting progressive talking points every fucking argument. Like, does he like progressives? I don't get it.
Despite the relative absence of the left as a major political force, as well as
the relative absence of the left as a major political force. That is what I'm supposed to swallow here. That the left has been relatively absent as a major political force. Do you think that's correct, viewer? I don't think I have to. You can think throughout your own life on if you think that's that sounds accurate to you.
General consensus in governments around bourgeois values. An obvious example of this is the introduction of women to the workforce, which began as early as the 18th century. Before then, men in non-agricultural locales were expected to be the sole breadwinners, and working women were considered to be degraded by their occupation, since they lost their ladylike qualities of subtlety and non-engagement in exerting activity. After the Industrial Revolution and the advent of capitalism proper, this expectation began to gradually fade, and it became normal for working-class women to work in factories and workshops, as well as for women.
Who cares about any of this? None of this is pushing him an inch closer to his thesis that economics is not a value-free science. Not 1 inch. He's just rambling about irrelevant historical minutiae. Who gives a shit?
Women to become real estate moguls. The upper crust of the bourgeoisie held on to the privilege of strict gender roles, which is a sign that this transformation in gender expectations was not a consequence of any social.
Yeah, this guy might think that he's not a progressive, but he absolutely is. He's making all these Marxist arguments, and now he's applying the Marxist class theory to gender relations, which, if you're not aware, is explicitly the progressive program. The progressive program is what? Intersectionalism. It's taking the Marxist class theory, applying it to all these different class differences, and looking at the intersection of all those. It's race Marxism, and gender Marxism, sex Marxism, and all the other types of possible Marxism you can generate. That's what progressivism is. This guy is a progressive.
Geopolitical change, but rather simply a result of political economy. The expanded scale of commodity exchange and the equalization of the labor power of men and women through the advent of machinery created the right conditions for women to become a useful and productive part of the labor force. The asymptotic nature of the profit motive.
Asymptotic. This is why I'm telling this guy to, like, lay off the big words. Like, you might have read it. You didn't hear it. Let's just put it that way.
Incentivized growth over all else, and since half of the labor force had previously not been working, it made rational sense to finally introduce them into the economy. The same profit motive is behind much of what people call woke capital. The need for cheap labor, not just expansive consumption, drives a lot of mass immigration, and with mass immigration comes the need to instantiate pluralist attitudes among the public, such that we do not face serious racial or ethnic conflict. Additionally, the expansion of markets enhances profits, and so we also see efforts to reach out to previously neglected demographics, such as transgender people.
Glup Shadow for $10 is saying, when this guy said he was third positionist, I thought he'd be national syndicalist, corporatist or something. That would be interesting. No, this guy is just a chutted out Marxist. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is third position about what he's saying here. I assumed he meant that he was a fascist or something. But this is third positionism. Okay, for a little quick history lesson to the fucking history master over here. Third positionism, it was framed as a third position between capitalism and Marxism. That is what third positionism means. Namely, things like fascism, National Socialism. They're supposed to be a different sort of thing to these two, Jewish beliefs, or whatever it is these people believe. Marxism is not a third positionist ideology.
People, homosexuals, and other minorities. Something like inclusive representation is also driven by a desire to expand marketable demographics. Game companies want to market to women because hitherto the vast majority of gamers have been men. If half of the population is not buying your games, then you're losing out on a vast amount of profit. Therefore, companies have aimed to include women in games as protagonists or as important characters, simply in an effort to convince them to buy games as well.
I wonder if any of this might at all be impacted by the fact that under US civil rights legislation, companies are literally legally required to discriminate against white straight men. They're literally legally required under US law to have Marxist values. I wonder if that might be even a remote influence on any of this happening. Perhaps even, maybe just a slight influence there on the adoption of Marxism. The fact that they'll get sued if they don't adopt Marxism. Just a thought.
The political economy of capitalism is progressive rather than neutral or reactionary. It revolutionizes everything it touches. As Marx said in the Communist Manifesto, the bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his quote-unquote natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment.
Like, again, he's doing this thing with the quote where he, puts an EQ on it. I do the same thing, but I do it consistently. This guy just randomly tosses it in. Or some quotes, but not all quotes. It's very confusing. Very confusing.
It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value. In place of the numberless indefeasible chartered freedoms has set up that single unconscionable freedom, free trade. In one word, for exploitation.
Anyway, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Hello. Stream Deck, but you're still using the BRB? Yeah, I mean, it works. What can I say? You guys think Liquid Blue could become white one day? Well, unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, I am a brother. British, as we know, are descended from Cheddar Man. He was a black man, so the Brits are African American, unfortunately. So, I can never be white. It's a shame, but it's just an incontrovertible fact. I should probably also fill up my water. I have to go BRB again. I forgot to do that. Apologies, let's just do another quick BRB. Ew. I see this guy's fucking quoting Marx for some ungodly reason. Let's continue.
Veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked,
Yeah, I'm selling piss fries.
shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. The other question is whether economics as a science is morally neutral. Proponents of
The other question. That was the that was the question. I just didn't answer it.
capitalism, like libertarians, seem to think that economics is a neutral science and that free markets are as natural a fact as gravity or evolution.
No. Again, that's not the claim. The claim isn't that economics is morally neutral because free markets are a natural fact like gravity. Clearly they aren't. We don't have them. It's that the analysis of a hampered versus unhampered market and all the other insights you get from economics, they do not depend upon and they do not imply ethics on their own. Now, you can use an economic argument to show, like, well, this would be more productive, and we know from ethics that production is good. You could have an argument like that, but economics itself is not concerned with moral arguments. This is pathetic. This is fucking pathetic.
Thomas Sowell put it, free market economics are just basic economics. The reality is that all markets must first be constructed. The growth of capitalism was facilitated by colonialism, which was obviously driven by governments.
Okay, so yeah, he's just doing Marxist theory of history, dialectical materialism. How is this guy a fucking third positionist? I don't get it. He's just doing Marxism, the whole goddamn video. In fact, no, it's not the case that free markets depend upon the previous cycles of history or whatever the fuck. And that would have absolutely no bearing on economics, even if that were the case. It would have no bearing on economic theory. Economic theory would be completely agnostic towards that. And still go, well, the free market system, it yields a higher level of productivity than this previous system. That has nothing to do with ethics. Nothing, not one thing to do with ethics.
The first stock markets were established in state-owned companies, the British and Dutch East India companies. Enclosure of commons and the commodification of land was facilitated by governments,
All irrelevant. None of this is relevant towards the thesis.
etc. The basic reality is that capitalism is not a natural fact, but rather a construction.
Again, let's say you have to go through all of these steps in order to construct capitalism. Let's say that's true. How does this evidence the claim that economics is not a value-free science? How does it evidence that? Show me where in economic theory you have to introduce moral evaluation. Show me that. That's what you need here.
And because it is a construction, it cannot be morally neutral. It always reflects the biases and preferences of its proponents. Libertarians prefer mass and scale over moderation and quality. They prefer material self-interest over immaterial values. They prefer exchange value over use value. In fact, the whole of capitalism can be reduced to the instantiation of a private property economy based on exchange value. It is these
I think we should just sit with that for a moment. Give it room to breathe. Try to calm our collective headaches. And now we can continue.
preferences which are behind advocacy for capitalism, and because we can have a number of other systems: feudalism, distributism, corporatism, socialism, anarchism, communism, and so forth, it's not obvious that capitalism is a morally neutral and natural fact like evolution or gravity. Because economics is not morally neutral, we need to match the kind of economic system we prefer with the kind of society that we want. Libertarians are, as a rule,
This guy's Natty Bud Light. You can find the link to his video in the description. Is he going to clarify? I do not have high hopes that this guy will clarify one time in this video.
Rule in favor of the small proprietor society, where each man is a self-sufficient business owner and we have as few wage laborers as possible. They are in favor of individual autonomy, but as Bertrand de Juvenel has said, that kind of society is impossible under capitalism. Libertarians turn into securitarians once they have enough wealth, and as a consequence, they establish monopolies and enclose resources, making it either economically onerous or impossible to carve out a spot as a small proprietor. Of course, libertarians will say monopolies can only exist with government force, but that's wrong, and I will discuss that argument later. Now let's get into the question of national capitalism. Not all anarcho-capitalists are nationalists, and in fact, the vast majority of them.
He still hasn't made any evidence to support the thesis. He just repeated it and is now moving on to more unsupported claims. Yeah. He just... yeah, we need Zulu rage cam every time he does something that pisses me off. He's not done anything. Well, as Bertrand de Juvenel says, this doesn't give us the proof of the thesis that economics, in fact, requires moral valuation. I understand why people wanted me to watch this. This is absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd. And yeah, narco-nationalism is what he's going into now. You know, I was misled to believe by the title of this video that he would be responding to every ANCAP argument. I guess I was wrong.
Seem to be perfectly fine with immigration, since under the NAP and without the existence of a state, and thus the non-existence of borders and border enforcement, there's no mechanism to stop it. However, there are more conservative libertarians who are nationalists in the sense that they want ethnically homogenous communities to exist. These are mainly exponents of Hans Hermann Hoppe and his idea of covenant communities. They believe that not only is nationalism compatible with capitalism, but also that only capitalism can truly be nationalist by way of creating economic incentives that drive agents to act in the nation's best interests. This, however, is a terrible misunderstanding of the political economy of capitalism. Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, stated that merchants do not respect borders. The merchant is, as a rule, a cosmopolitan person who seeks wealth and opportunity wherever it arises. Capitalist society is not a society of small proprietors, as libertarians envision, but rather it is a society of the merchant and the mercantile mentality in which profit supersedes all prior values, particularly nation and identity.
Profit supersedes all values. Okay.
Capitalism militates against market actors from adopting rigid identities for the simple reason that only flexible identities are extensible enough to allow them to reach new markets and expand their commerce.
Can you count the number of quotes? I don't know if I can count that high.
Is localized to only a small local area or localized only to a specific race or ethnicity would entail a mitigation of the profit motive, which in praxeological terms is irrational and would not actually occur.
He says he's well read on this stuff. Presumably, he knows about psychic profit. That is the claim being made by praxeology. Let's bear that one in mind to see if that's what he ends up going for.
If the profit motive, which is the fundamental underlying reason why people establish businesses, And if one were to accept a cap on profits, one would not have an incentive to grow and thus no incentive to engage in business at all. Anarcho-capitalists themselves often
one has no incentive to start a business because there's going to be some limit to the amount of profitability you can make. So it's better to just not have the business at all. Am I picking that up right? Did I miss something here? That is utterly asinine. I think Jeff Bezos is probably slightly better off having Amazon than not having Amazon. Just a teensy little bit. Zulu just looks sad at this point. Yeah, it's taking it all out of me. Taking it all out of me. Luckily, we got some brand new super chats from Man v Cake for $3 Australian. Thank you very much. Isn't profit and value almost synonymous in ANCAP? So, yeah, within the Austrian theory of economics, to profit is to gain some value. And then FV Staggle, HG3DP for $5 US. Thank you very much. I have no idea, so I have no fucking idea what this guy is talking about, because he's talking about everything and nothing in particular at the same time. Pure ADHD, yeah, there's no substance here. It's just rambling. I think this video would actually, it's one of the very few videos that would be improved with an editing pass by ChatGPT. It would have the ChatGPT structure in there, but at least maybe some of this bullshit could get cut down just a tad.
in fact raised this point when confronted with the question of how stateless societies would deal with the phenomena of racism, segregation, or discrimination. Their answer is that discriminatory attitudes militate against profit, and so proprietors would not.
Whoops-a-daisies, he did not integrate the point of psychic profit. Whoops, he failed to do that, so kept that in mind there, and it was important to do so, as he thinks profit just means money. That's what he thinks.
Act in such a manner. As the saying goes, capitalists know only one color, which is green. In modern capitalist societies, we see this phenomenon in action with regard to the effect of market incentives on immigration policy. Immigration brings both cheap labor and a mass of potential consumers, which can be marketed toward, so capitalists lobby in favor of mass migration to grow the economy. Most of the GOP had before Trump supported immigration, such as the infamous Gang of Eight, which included Ted Cruz. Even after Trump, the GOP continues to support immigration as long as it is legal and selective. However, in actual reality, they've either overlooked immigrants who are part of the labor force, such as illegal immigrants who work in agriculture, or have signed bills designed to grant them amnesty.
Who cares? What does this achieve? Or the thesis? What thesis are you building towards here? You need to keep that in mind with every sentence. Stop wasting our time. Stop wasting our time.
Such as when Trump signed the DREAM Act. Back in the day, Reagan signed a mass amnesty bill granting millions of illegals the right to reside in the US, and Republicans were instrumental in the 1964 Immigration Act, which allowed unprecedented levels of immigration to the United States. Capitalist ideologues such as Elon Musk are also very vocal in terms of support for immigration. As he said once on Twitter, if you need a school, then you've already lost, referring to the question of elite human capital that comes from other countries in the context of global economic competition in high-skill sectors. In other words, if we have to produce our own...
I'm just skipping ahead towards the next. Who cares about any of this?
This certainly can, and the results will be disastrous. Capitalism is even more fragile than libertarians let on, since it cannot ultimately survive negative growth rates like centrally planned or traditional economies.
Okay, let's hear him out. Capitalism cannot survive negative growth rates, whereas centrally planned economies can. That's the thesis he's going to be proving here. Hear him out.
Economies can. As such, profit and exchange value is so central to the function of capitalism that without it, they simply
Okay, I guess he's not going to justify that thesis. He's just going to assume it and move on. Okay.
cannot, except on very small scales, survive. This is why libertarians, when they exposit hypothetical scenarios to demonstrate the correctness of Austrian economics, always either use microeconomic examples or assume that the economy in question is a very small and local proprietor economy. So
there's this book, originally 2 books, now you can buy it as 1 book, called Man, Economy and State with Power and Market. Now, this guy, he says he's read the literature, so I assume he's at least perused Man, Economy and State. The book assumes that for certain principles and builds up to the more complex principles very clearly. All of it still holds at the more complex examples. All that Austrian economics needs to assume is the basic fundamentals of praxeology. Man acts, which they would argue is not even an assumption. Let's just take it as an assumption for now, that man does engage in purposeful behavior. From that, you can understand how they get to the other prerequisites of praxeology. And from that, you can get the rest of Austrian economics. Really, you've got to attack the root here. You want to attack Austrian econ.
Which is what existed in the undeveloped West. Once you scale up the economy and introduce finance, suddenly these examples fail. The reality is that the way capitalism functions right now is not crony capitalism, but rather it is the full development of the potentialities of capitalism itself. So no, there's no such thing as national capitalism. Capitalism is, was, and always will be an international phenomenon based on the exchanges of merchants and producers from all around the world. Capitalism is a global phenomenon, and it creates incentives for governments and market actors to adopt cosmopolitan, mercantile attitudes rather than national.
I also hate this fucking notion that capitalism creates incentives. Capitalism is the base state. It is the socialists who come in with their goddamn triangular interventions. Triangular interventions. You'll learn about that if you read Man, Economy and State with Power and Market. These triangular interventions, they are warping the natural state of the market. Without that warping in there, then you have capitalism. Did this guy ever define capitalism? I don't think so. He didn't even define the NEP. In this video where he tried to debunk the NEP, he didn't define the NEP. He said, well, the NEP basically means don't step on the snake. That's about the level we're dealing with here, Hafepo.
Nationalist or producerist ones. Capitalism and nationalism are as incompatible as oil and water. Now let's talk about crony capitalism. Capitalism has seen its fair share of crises throughout the decades, such as the Great Depression.
He's done his reading. He told us he's done his reading. He's assured us he's done his reading. Presumably, this is where he'll bring up, well, they've actually got a really good argument around this called Austrian business cycle theory, which explains how all of this, all of these things, these cyclical recessions, followed by booms, boom-bust cycle. Presumably he's going to say, well, how that's actually, they can explain this through the mechanism of central banking and more broadly fractional reserve banking. They introduce fiduciary media, fiat money, and that causes that, because it causes the interest rates to be artificially lowered. Presumably he's done his research, guys, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Panobit TQ for $2 Canadian. Thank you very much. His argument is lacking a bit of random quotes. Yeah, I'm surprised. He's operating with some restraint now.
2008 financial crisis, the 1990s Japanese real estate bubble, as well as the dot-com bubble and Eurozone debt crisis. Many socialists see this as the result of unregulated markets, which, because there are few or no controls over what people are allowed to do in markets, regularly experience boom and bust cycles as well as crises. I'm not interested in determining whether socialist economies are less prone to catastrophe than capitalism. Rather, I simply want to address a kind of cope that libertarians pull out anytime someone criticizes free markets for being crisis prone. By far the most common libertarian response to these crises is to respond that they were not products of the free market, but rather of government intervention in the market.
Specifically, the introduction of fiduciary media.
They call heavily regulated markets crony capitalism.
No, 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 no. No, you dropped the ball right as you're about to get the touchdown, man. This is he's an American. He'll understand this if I put it in sports terms. No, it's not the regulations that cause the business cycle. It's the introduction of fiduciary media, as it necessitates clustered malinvestments. When those malinvestments become clear that they were wrong, suddenly there has to be a reallocation of capital. That's the recession. It's not that you have to get a license to sell your hot dogs in New York. That doesn't cause the business cycle. Yeah, money. This isn't even like a deep argument that we make. Like, you have to really fucking dig through the fucking tomes to get to this argument. How often do the most prominent figures in libertarianism talk about central banking and the evils of it? Ron Paul talks about this like every goddamn fucking speech he makes. This is not some super obscure position that we're holding here. We're very open with the mechanisms we think cause this. He's conflating so many different things. He's conflating our opposition to regulations, which we are opposed to. But he's conflating that with our explanation for how the business cycle occurs. They're not the same thing. Negative $38.89 for $5. This is like watching a new chess player trying to play the Najdorf Sicilian. Bro, you're not Magnus Carlsen. Indeed, I don't know what the Najdorf Sicilian is, but yeah, the analogy works. It's that. I think that pretty much sums up the whole video. He's just bumbling his way through it, trying to use Google Scholar as something that'll make this a coherent video. It's just not working out. Austrian business cycle theory is the simplest business cycle theory to understand. Yeah, probably, honestly. Like, the other ones are a bit more, you gotta have like a fucking bachelor's in mathematics or something to get it. Or wherever the fuck Keynes was smoking. Sawyer 07 for 50 DKK. Remember to like the live, guys. Give a little food to the algorithm. There you go. Give it. Smash that like button.
Or as Stefan Molyneux liked to say, crony capitalism. The logic behind this response is that politicians who regulate markets don't know what they're doing because markets are so complex, so they invariably create unintended externalities with their regulations that end up causing a crisis. A truly unregulated free...
Also, I mean, and he's conflating two different things. Yes, these regulations. You have to take into account what Bastiat says. What does he say? There's the seen and there's the unseen. There are unseen problems with these interventions. That is true. But that's not specifically our business cycle theory. Like, I don't think this guy is particularly well versed in economics if he thinks they're the same thing. They're just not the same thing. They're not the same. And this guy is trying to present himself as an expert who is able to, you know, give us a good steel man here and then tear down that steel man. He's just not. He's just not. Going to use the rage cam clips for out of context Zulu. Yeah, they're going to be good for that. That's why That's why the Stream Deck, it's gonna pay dividends.
The market, on the other hand, would not experience crises simply because people are acting rationally according to an incentive structure, which, because it naturally occurs as a consequence.
Okay, so the argument he's gonna go for is, well, what if they don't act rationally? What if they don't act rationally? That doesn't explain the business cycle, because that wouldn't be clustered. What causes clustered malinvestment? Malinvestment can still happen in a free market. It can happen. But why is it clustered? Well, you need a full market-wide mechanism to cause that. Good candidate for that is going to be money, the interest rates on loans, shit like that. That's exactly where we think the locus of the problem lies.
Of scarcity of resources.
Next remnant should be this weekend.
Resources and rational human action, always guides by the invisible hand market actors. Companies that don't abide by these incentives will fail, and the possibility of failure ensures that people who act rationally will take their place. It's a very convenient argument.
In fact, like that's just, how do you think evolution works? Like, yeah, if you're an irrational investor who's constantly malinvesting, then yeah, you're not going to have the capital to invest for very long. So you're no longer going to be within that set of people who are investing. You're not going to be an entrepreneur any longer. Like, that's just like essentially the same as the natural selection argument.
They will point out that government bailouts of banks during 2008 simply prolonged the crisis and kicked it further down the road, and that the banks should have been allowed to fail so the free market could work its magic. There are some rather inconvenient problems with this, however. Banks are basically the cornerstone of any capitalist economy.
So I wonder what happens if the government futzes with them.
Because it's where people hold their savings and where companies get their credit. To allow a bank to fail would simply cause an even worse crisis.
Furthermore, how could a bank fail under full reserve? How could it literally fail? It can't. It's not. These are two separate institutions on our theory. They're supposed to be two separate institutions. One institution does loaning out of money. Another institution does storage of money. These two things are being conflated by the state. By the state. To be fair, I'm relatively new to the Austrian business cycle theory, but isn't the point that expansion of fiduciary credit further incentivizes malinvestment? Not created per se at Luxu. So it's not necessarily that it's like incentivizing malinvestment. I don't think that's necessarily the right way to put it. It's that you no longer have clear signals if you're an investor on how much capital has been saved because the interest rates have been artificially lowered. And you might be a smart Austrian who knows about this stuff, but still you don't have access to the real interest rates. So it's that if you are basing your investments on the interest rate on the market, as you normally should, then you're going to invest in longer run projects that are actually sensible. That's the problem. I think it's Newman has a really good lecture on this where he describes it in terms of like, imagine Crusoe ate some magic mushrooms and it made him hallucinate that he has way more resources than he actually does. That's effectively what's being done by introducing fiduciary media.
The level of the Great Depression, causing bank runs, credit instability, the loss of savings, a slowdown in investment, and a whole host of other problematic things. By bailing out banks, politicians were acting rationally, since there's obviously an incentive in capitalist governments to keep the market running for as
Capitalist governments.
long as possible, and to ensure that if a crisis occurs, that it remains shallow and does not get worse. Even if the can was merely kicked down the road, if we even assume that, or the real crisis was just papered over, it's nonetheless rational to keep things going for as long as possible.
No, but the point is, the more you kick it down the road, the worse it gets, because you're just taking those magic mushrooms again and keeping the malinvestment going. That's the problem.
Since any serious interruption in the function of the market could mean the total collapse of the market worldwide, not just the failure of a few companies in a single country, which could be corrected in due course by the invisible hand.
Yeah, somebody summed it up in chat quite well. That he thinks there's like a literal invisible hand guiding things. That's how we think. He thinks we literally believe in that.
If the whole market collapses everywhere, there won't be an invisible hand. People will just be starving. And
yep, he thinks the invisible hand can die. Need I say anything more?
Until an alternative economic arrangement can.
He calls himself a nationalist monarchist, but he's just a Marxist.
Come into being. The second problem is that the 2008 financial crisis was not caused by excessive intervention or regulation in the market, but rather under-regulation of the market.
Let's see what he has to say.
In the 1980s, Reagan's government engaged in a spree of cutting all sorts of various financial regulations in an effort to make housing more affordable. They repealed parts of the 1930 Glass-Steagall Act, which put prohibitions on financial speculation.
Okay, and from what specific mechanism in there do we get clustered malinvestment?
Before the crisis, banks were both speculating on property and giving out risky subprime mortgages to minors.
Oh, hello there. Banks giving out subprime mortgages. Risky. They're doing a bunch of investment. Why are banks doing investment? Oh, so that's the mechanism. Wait a minute. Now what Austrian business cycle theory says. Why are banks giving out these investments? Because of government intervention, buddy. There you go, you caught up, buddy.
Minorities in order to make extra money with the hopes that they would not default on their mortgages or profit by foreclosing on properties when they defaulted. This should have been illegal, since it's rather irrational and fiscally dangerous behavior. But as it turns out, market actors do not always act rationally. Sometimes they do risky things to make short-term.
Yeah, didn't I say that? He's going to be like, well, what if they're not rational? Not the question. The question is, why are they being clustered irrational? Why are there these clustered malinvestments? Now, you can't explain this mechanism, bro, by just saying, well, sometimes people are irrational. That wouldn't explain why it's clustered. Why is everybody being irrational at the same time? Why? You need some way to explain this. This is an observable fact that there is this clustered malinvestment. That's what you have to explain in your business cycle theory, and you're just not. Panotique for $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. We should make Dave Smith and this guy debate. They might agree on everything, though. Perhaps.
From cash, kind of like gambling. And if market actors are actually super rational, gambling wouldn't be a profitable business. Naturally, these subprime loans defaulted and a lot of the speculation failed, which caused housing prices to crash. Banks were left holding the bag, which created a rather precarious economic environment, considering that the whole economy rests on banks. This prompted the bailouts, as we know. Now, if the whole crisis was the result of under-regulation, then why exactly is the totally unregulated free market the solution to
it wasn't. That's the point of contention.
Capitalist crisis? The Japanese real estate bubble is not as clean an example of failures caused by the free market, since certain policies that encourage businesses to have office space in Tokyo and the insanely complicated jungle of tax policy in Japan contributed toward the crisis. But nonetheless, much of the crisis was caused by deregulation of the Japanese currency exchanges and changes in bank behavior. For a number of reasons.
Changes in bank behavior. That's a real sweet tone to put on. Banks are loaning out other people's money. Real sweet tone to put on that.
Real estate was rapidly rising in value in Japan, and banks wanted to cash in by investing in the real estate market. Due to currency deregulation, the yen was also rising in value. Due to these factors combined, Japanese banks, which ordinarily are deposit savers, started engaging more aggressively in the capital market by investing in stocks and handing out property loans. Once housing prices naturally started to come back down, banks suddenly faced a crisis because their investments rapidly decreased in value and they were no longer able to profit so much from property loans. Something as simple as a sudden rise in property prices, which could totally occur in an unregulated market based on changes in the way people subjectively value property.
So his answer for the mechanism for clustered malinvestment in the free market is in effect like the Boltzmann brain argument. That, well, it's technically possible that a whole bunch of people could randomly malinvest at one time. Sure. Why would this be a regular occurrence, though? Why would this be at all expected? Why wouldn't anybody be hedging? This is utterly nonsense.
I.e., proximity to cities, perceived value of the local environment, changes in population or birth rates, etc., can cause a bubble which banks unwisely invest in. And once that bubble pops, the banks can suffer the consequences, potentially failing and bringing down the market with them. Without a government to oversee investment and lending behavior, these kinds of crises would occur over and over again until it becomes so bad that the whole capitalist system collapses globally. But of course, crony capitalism also refers to something else, which is when companies profit by a close relationship to government, i.e., policies that benefit specific companies, subsidies, and so on. Libertarians insist that intervention of this kind leads to market failures as well, but that isn't really obviously evident. A good example of what I'm talking about is the current state of agriculture in the United States. The real market value of agricultural products is actually very low, so low that farmers would not make much profit if
They could make profit if they weren't all growing fucking corn. Because it turns out there's not that much corn being needed, but the state just subsidizes it all. They could do other things. They could do other things. And then there wouldn't be fucking corn syrup in goddamn everything.
Penny if they sold their crops at market price, perhaps with the exception of cash crops like tobacco. If the government stopped subsidizing crop prices, then there would be little, if
There'd be rational allocation of crops. That's what would happen.
any incentive for people to actually become farmers or to produce food.
Farming can only happen with government subsidy. That is the argument that I just heard. The agricultural revolution, it must have happened by government subsidy. Must have taken off by government subsidy. We are prosperous to the degree that there is government subsidy. This is the caliber of our opponents here, people.
Food. Farmer is not a very prestigious job in an industrialized service.
This guy completely ripped off Mendes. Well, yeah, no, we were talking earlier. How he's just, I don't know if this is just for this video because he's like trying to make fun of Mendes Wave or something. But like, yeah, no, he just ripped the Mendes Wave thing and slapped his own logo over it, which looks to be like a AI generated Bud Light heavy metal can.
Economy. It requires specialized education and has never paid very well. It's also rather precarious since harvests can fail or there might only be a partial harvest. Historically, in agrarian economies, during droughts or bouts of blight, people could literally starve. That's how mercurial conditions are in agriculture. Things have improved greatly with the advent of modern herbicides and disease-resistant GMOs, but there's always...
You know how you get those things? Capitalism. You don't get them through socialism. The government doesn't wish fertilizer into being. In fact, the Africans, they don't really use a whole lot of fertilizer. Even though the Westerns people keep trying to wish it to be, but they don't have the capitalist mentality over there, so they don't use fertilizer. They don't save. They don't do these things.
It's the possibility that you don't get a great harvest. Why would anyone want to take this risky job under capitalist conditions?
Why would anybody want to take a risk under capitalism? And this coming right after the section where he told us that capitalist markets They face these crises because people are too prone to taking risks. But under capitalism, why the hell would anybody take the risk that they might have a bad harvest? These are the caliber of our opponents here.
If there were no monetary incentive to do so.
There is a monetary incentive to do so. That doesn't come from the fucking government. It comes from the fact that people want to buy food, you retard.
How do we get people to produce food? Something which is the central underpinning of any economy.
We solved the problem of how to get people to produce food. You know what the solution is called? Capitalism. You know what the anti-solution is called? Communism.
Cultural subsidy is, as it turns out, or a really good idea, because the invisible hand would have made the profession appear obsolete. Farming would be a job left to poorer, less advanced countries.
Yeah, is this just rage bait? Is this like somebody just made this to troll capitalists? Because this is just really, really pathetic level of argumentation. Like, does this person actually exist? Is this a person who actually believes these things? I mean, I was reading the comments of this video earlier, and there are people apparently agreeing with this thing. This is absurd.
And all food would be imported. In a truly global world, it makes some rational sense to carry out this kind of neo-colonialism. But the problem is that food insecurity is quite dangerous under circumstances in which politics, in Schmidt's sense, has not ended.
You know what a really big problem in more capitalist countries is right now? It's called obesity, where people in capitalist countries, we actually have such an incredible abundance of food that it's a national health problem that people eat too much food and it's unhealthy for them. That would be unthinkable for any communist society, unthinkable for any feudalist society, unthinkable for any Bronze Age society, unthinkable for all of these societies, that there be such an abundance of food that people could get, that it would be a big problem that people get sick from eating too much of it. Even the poorest in our societies can get sick from eating too much food. That's how abundant it is. There is not a problem with starvation in capitalist countries. This is nonsense. Yeah, it's like, I saw this tweet, actually. I believe I bookmarked it. This is in my Choosing Poverty folder. Yeah. Let me pull up this tweet to show you what food insecurity looks like.
It's really bad.
Danielle Grant is starving.
I know. I'm trying to see if I can get some food because we literally don't have anything to eat today or tomorrow. So I'm gonna try.
For some reason, I doubt that that is the case. This woman has no access to food. I don't know what it is about her, but I have my doubts that that is in fact the case. This is food insecurity. These are the food insecure people who are going to die because SNAP has been removed. She's super insecure about her food. You just can't get anything to eat. You know, I've been very poor myself, and somehow I managed. I bought the cheapest fucking food ever. I was making lentil soup probably every single week. They just bulk bought a bunch of lentils. I don't think this woman is bulk buying lentils. I think she's probably door dashing or buying plates or, you know, pineapple soaked in Kool-Aid. I think that's how you get to look like this. I don't think it's by eating a bunch of lentil soup or rice and beans. I ate lentil soup. I ate a lot of lentil soup. So I just don't fucking pay attention to any of these sorts. Any of these sorts who are claiming about like some big problem of food insecurity under capitalism. Like, absolutely fucking not. Hey, I reached 100,000 likes. Would you look at that? Just looked at my old noties there. 100,000. Zulu on top.
It is for very good reason that governments use subsidies to encourage people to engage in agricultural work. Subsidies
They're okay, but lentils are mid. I kind of like lentils. I do like them. But also it's an incredibly cheap way to get calories into you, without being, unhealthy. Incredibly cheap way of doing that. So that's the main reason why I did it.
in other fields serve the same role. We need missiles, so the government subsidizes R&D companies. We need satellites, so the government subsidizes SpaceX. Consider this government investing funds into companies and receiving in return power and security. It's a great deal, and in fact, many economies have supported themselves by more or less nationalizing military production. This was true in Nazi Germany as well as the Soviet Union. But a libertarian
Those are two paragons of prosperity. Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Paragons of how great life could be. That's okay. Okay, buddy.
might ask, if it's wrong to initiate force, then there should be no states. If there are no states, then there's less of a need for security and defense, and so there is also no need for this kind of crony capitalism. They, however, are just shifting the burden onto statists to justify why we need defense in a world of hostile states, rather than to
Yeah, that's another good one, Slugma. Take a chicken carcass, buy bulk rice. Bones are used to make broth for it. Yeah, absolutely. Buying like full, I'll give tips to anybody out there who's struggling, like our friend from before in the tweet. If you buy like full meats, like full chicken and stuff like that, and butcher it yourself, you can get it a lot cheaper. And then you've got bones for using in stock. I always make stock out of bones. I love it. It's liquid gold. You can make a lot of very tasty things out of stock. Anyway, what the fuck is this guy goddamn saying?
accept the burden of proving how defense could work in a stateless society, which presumably would not be devoid of war. Hans Hermann Hoppe published a collection of essays on this question called The Myth of National Defense, which I have read, and I'm telling you now that he did not solve the question whatsoever.
Just trust me, bro. Just trust me. He didn't solve it whatsoever. Just trust me, bro. Trust me. Okay, no. Sure, I'll just trust you, even though I know that you're wrong. I'll just trust you, though.
Did not solve the free rider problem, and simply ended up concluding
Did not solve the free rider problem. Remind me. I believe his solution to the free rider problem is, in fact, the insurance agencies. They don't have to accept anybody who's going to be a burden, who's going to be a problem. This is right out of his private production of defense. But just trust him, guys. Don't worry about it. Just trust him. Hoppe doesn't know how to solve this problem. Just trust him.
that private nuclear weapons are the only way to create a world peaceful enough such that national defense is unnecessary. Basically, his conclusions were NCAPs can pay for defense insurance, which doesn't solve
Oh, so he did fucking hear it. He did fucking hear the solution to it.
the free rider problem. NCAPs can engage in guerrilla warfare, which would fail against organized states. And finally,
Oh. I'm actually seeing here. Seems that's not the case. It does look like the guerrillas won this one. Huh. They're probably fighting against some nobodies. Ooh. Yeah, no. Not sure that really holds up there. Like guerrilla warfare fails against organized states. Okay. I guess he's wrong about that one. Diego Amateur for 2,500 CLP saying, your take on calling immigration importing on Twitter. It's like when leftists call white people colonizers. So I'm referring to a specific sort of immigration, namely when the state is literally like subsidizing immigrants to come over, giving them all sorts of benefits. That is importing people. That is absolutely importing. Then Pano Batik. You wonder how he was ever a libertarian if he read all those things and believed none of it. And even integrated none of it. Seems like he didn't integrate a single fucking word of it.
Private nukes. When you have to rely on a pie-in-the-sky sort of argument like Raytheon should have nuclear weapons, I think you've already lost the plot. I won't even go into the other issues with private defense, like the warlord problem. The issues with privatized defense are obvious enough, let alone the fact that it would simply end with a reconstitution.
Well, gee whiz, they're just obvious enough. He doesn't have to address anything in Hoppe's private production of defense. He doesn't have to address any of it, because it's just obvious enough why it fails. It's just obvious enough. Like, you know, with that Vietnam example, how the guerrillas lost that war. It's just obvious enough.
Of a territorial monopoly on force. When I said in my John Stossel video that libertarians will drag you into the zone of vagaries and beat you over the head with hypotheticals, this is what I mean. Libertarianism is not informed by history.
Yeah, so that's why I think I'm justified to go so hard against this guy here. Because he's been doing this for a while. He's been misrepresenting our beliefs, pretending to understand what we're saying, pretending to be a representative of us, who has now since gone, well, actually, there are these proper objections to this theory. He's pretending to be able to represent us, and I just want to put it out there. No, he ain't. He ain't able to represent us. Not one bit. 250 viewers, that's good. Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty good turnout this stream. I was worried it was going to be a lower turnout because it's like a fucking Monday night. This is just when I got the stream deck working, and also I was doing Ask ANCAP last night. If you didn't see it, we had both Anarcho Econ and Floppa from Based If True, sorry, as guest hosts. So a very good episode. Make sure to check that out. Oops, daisies. I accidentally sent my cursor up into the wrong direction and did the KDE thing.
And because of that, most of its analysis is hypothetical and can simply be dismissed as a non-argument. Now, let's answer the question of whether monopolies are enabled by the government. One problem that opponents of libertarians often raise is that the free market is monopolization. Without government intervention, corporations are free to establish.
So, I mean, the government is literally a monopoly. So I don't think it's that far-fetched to think that there might be somewhat of a connection between having a monopolist who can control the entire economy and there being other monopolies granted by that. That is actually the original meaning of the term monopoly, is that states would literally just grant, we have a monopoly on this thing in this area. And they would fight over these monopolies. They would use them in treaty negotiations. They were a full just creation of the state. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but I mean, this guy's a fucking history expert, so of course he knows that that's how it was back in the Middle Ages. That's how monopoly comes about. So he's going to tell us all about it right now, but you know, I got to get my own word in here. That's literally the meaning of monopoly, is this government-created grant of business, and nobody else is allowed to infringe upon that. So I don't think it's that far-fetched to think that monopolies might have something to do with government. Chartered companies, yeah, exactly. Thomas, the privatized train.
monopolies, which increase prices and reduce the quality of products whilst depriving small proprietors the opportunity to survive financially.
His breaths piss me off and his disinterested tone, not gonna lie. Yeah, I agree. It shows a certain sloppiness, I think. Like, I mean, I've made some sloppy videos in the past. But I like to think I've grown out of that. And, you know, every video I try to put just that little bit more effort into it. Try to make it something that is enjoyable. And, like, if this guy doesn't enjoy the video, by his fucking tone of voice, he doesn't seem to care about this video at all. Why the hell would I care about it as well? You know, why is the viewer, do you care about that video? If the person making it doesn't care about it. If the person making it is truly, really passionate, they clearly really care about the video, it just makes it a much more enjoyable experience. It might not be for me, and I might go, you know what, I can see what he's doing there, but I'm not interested in it, so I'm going to click on something else. This guy, if the creator of the video is like bored whilst making a video, why the hell, why would I watch it? If he doesn't want to watch it, why would I want to watch it?
In response, libertarians refrain that monopolies can only be established by governments and thus are not a problem in free markets. This, however, is a claim which is pretty obviously false on its face. There exists a couple of types of monopoly, but what is most important here is the natural monopoly. Natural monopolies can form in a few ways. Companies might have exclusive control over a certain natural resource, such as water or oil, or there might be a situation in which the cost of production of a commodity becomes so low that it is more efficient for a single large company to produce it than for many smaller companies who cannot profit. Leading to a large company drastically outcompeting the smaller companies. Additionally, monopolies can form when a larger company merges with smaller companies. Now, natural monopolies have existed already. Today, states make a nominal effort to try to prevent them from occurring, but in the past, when economies were less regulated, natural monopolies,
Standard Oil,
did end up forming as the scale of capitalism intensified.
Standard Oil.
A very early monopoly was in the salt trade, where only one
Oh, surely he's going to go into Standard Oil, please. I'll let him get through all of them. He's going to bring up Standard Oil at some point.
company controlled access to the sea from which salt was produced. Later,
Come
this
on,
became
come on,
less of
come
a
on,
problem,
come on,
but
come
other
on.
natural monopolies have
Standard
formed,
Oil.
such as Standard Oil
Yeah.
and
We got there, boys. We got there, boys. Standard Oil. The natural monopoly, Standard Oil. Ooh. Now it's racing. I'm so excited. Finally, I get to talk about Standard Oil. Perchance, let's just guess at the point in which government came in and solved Standard Oil. Right, let's do a quick little guess. Probably they started around like, you know, I don't know, 10% of market share, and they probably went way up to like 95%, and then the government came in and it started collapsing after that. Right, that's probably what happened. Actually, in fact, that didn't happen. Standard Oil, it did start low. It went up to 90% market share. That's not when the government bureaucrats got involved. That's not when the Antitrust Commission got involved. They fell down to 60% before the Antitrust Commission got involved. That's weird. How did that falling happen? Well, as it turns out, it's actually not possible to maintain a natural monopoly. They did all sorts of things, right? Standard would try to do their predatory pricing, right? And they would try to buy up all the capital from other people so that they owned all of the oil refineries. You know what people did? They went, oh, Standard keep buying up every oil refinery in the land. So let's just make a new oil company. We have no plans of ever refining a single ounce of oil, but we're just going to make a bare bones refinery and sell it to Standard way over market rates. And people did that very often, and so Standard kept hemorrhaging money trying to buy up all the oil refineries. Another example, Herbert Dow, Dow Chemicals, right, very famous company. Herbert Dow, I believe that's his name, anyway. He wanted to go into business in Europe, sell his chlorine, I believe it was, over in Europe. But there was already a German cartel there. Oh no. This German cartel says you're not allowed to operate in Europe. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to predatory price you, right? They'll engage in predatory pricing. Because they've got all the European infrastructure. They can sell at a way lower rate. And that's exactly what they did. So Herbert Dow, he wasn't selling in Europe. No, he did do. He started buying in Europe. He started buying up all of these chemicals that they were selling way below cost. He just kept buying them up and then selling them back home. Because he could just buy them cheaper from the European cartel, then he could produce them back home. So this system of predatory pricing to price him out of the market, it gave him an immediate arbitrage opportunity. Because of course it fucking does. Because this does not work. You cannot do predatory pricing. That means you're selling below what the market rate is, so arbitrageurs just come in and make a profit on that. Very easy profit. That's what arbitrage does. It prevents people from being outside the equilibrium. It brings you towards the equilibrium, no matter what. Because you're going to keep losing money if you keep trying to predatory price. And the very people you're trying to price out of the market can be those arbitrageurs. Oops, daisies, I clicked the wrong button there. There we go, that's the right one.
US Steel. Both utilized the size of the company and the scale of its operations to undercut competitors, and eventually they held around 60% of the market share in the United States.
Oh my god. What a disingenuous way to paint that. Eventually they held 60% of the market share. Do you remember what price, at what point the government came in? They came in at 60%. That is true. That is true. But what he's leaving out there is that they fell to 60% from their 90% peak. That is so dishonest. Jesus Christ. And indeed, they did outprice their competitors, and oil was very cheap and abundant. That's how they got so much market share in the first place. But holy crap. What a devious way of framing that. Like, that is... He must have read that they went down from 90%. This is sick. This is absolutely fucking sick to present the story in that way. Horrible. This is why I'm never going to apologize for the way I've treated Natty Bud Light in this reaction. That is fucking sickening.
Standard Oil was broken up under the Sherman Antitrust Act, and lawmakers attempted to do the same to US Steel. However, eventually it had fallen off in market share, so this attempt failed. Another common sector for natural monopolies is utilities, and for pretty obvious reasons. The amount of capital required to establish the infrastructure for utilities is huge, and a smaller company would not have the opportunity to enter this industry. It has kind of a natural barrier.
Why not? Well, and why not? Let's say I'm in a small town, and, you know, the big utility giants, they're charging a bunch of money, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Guys, I'm going to make my own generator here, my own, like, coal plant or whatever, and I'll be able to hook up your houses, and I'll provide energy for cheaper. Why couldn't that happen? Why not? Why not?
Barrier to entry. Comcast is the largest telecoms company in the world by revenue, and it has a monopoly in Boston and Philadelphia, as well as other places. AT&T was also at one point a monopoly before it was broken up by the...
Let me look up some more monopolies here, just to fact check this. Let me just fact check this, because I think there's a few other monopolies out there he's missing. Fuck, where's the goddamn image? I have a specific image that I want to bring up here. Google search is not bringing me the image. This would be way funnier if I had the image like that. Come on. Dolphin search. Get me there. Aha! I found it with Twitter search, because I posted it before. Yeah, so... here are a couple other monopolies to consider. You know, he's talking about AT&T and all these different companies. Well, MySpace, of course, they're not going to lose their natural monopoly, because they've got all the people on there. You join a social media because your friends are already on it, so... MySpace probably not losing their monopoly. Yahoo, of course, we all know in hindsight, they did win the search wars. And that's why we all use Yahoo search. Nokia, man. Who could possibly unseat Nokia? 1 billion customers. And of course, yeah, back at John Barrett here, yeah, MySpace is a natural monopoly. Yeah, I mean, his argument is, it's unsaleable. I don't know what to... unassailable, rather. I don't really know what we can do about this, guys. Kind of fucked on this point. Mentions all these monopolies. These guys, they were all monopolies. So many monopolies. Even after a monopoly fails, their new monopolies come up in competition against them. It's almost like there's a bunch of competing monopolies out there. But they are monopolies, because they all win and they cannot be unseated by competition.
Government. I might also point out that the majority of media companies in the US are owned by just 8 companies. 12 companies also own...
I wonder what the mon in monopoly means. Probably means 8. I think that's probably what it means. Yeah. But I will say on the media front, there is some introduction of monopoly there. Namely, intellectual property. Guess who's against intellectual property? This guy. We're against intellectual property. That's a real monopoly. You know what else is a real monopoly? The government. He's for it. So stop fucking telling us about how much you hate monopolies. If you're in fact in favor of the biggest monopoly. Here, I'm gonna go to super chat. I think I missed the Panoptique super chat for $2 Canadian saying my bingo card is filled up. So thank you very much for that.
own over 550 consumer brands. In video games, Microsoft and EA are reaching near monopoly status by buying up all these other companies. And if we didn't have antitrust laws, I can easily see one...
What if we didn't have IP laws? Wouldn't that just kind of cleanly deal with that situation?
company eventually merging with all the others to form a true monopoly. In the digital game space, Valve obviously has a natural monopoly, although not...
Valve obviously has a natural monopoly. Let me just go through my computer here real quick. Let's just take a look at the software I've got installed here. He's saying they've got a natural monopoly. Just make sure I'm not doxing myself. It doesn't have like my address on there or some shit. It does not. You know, I am noticing something here about this is that I'm seeing a lot of Epic games that I've got installed here. Epic, that must be like a division of Valve, right? This is an Epic game, Valve is saying, because they've got the natural monopoly on games distribution online. Could it perhaps just be because Steam is the best platform for it, so people tend to prefer going to Steam rather than other places? That perhaps be what's going on here, rather than their monopoly, because they're clearly fucking competition for them. Sawyer for 20 DKK. Zulu, stop thinking. I just bought you ideas. Well, there you go. Thank you. This is the caliber of people we deal with, who claim that Valve is a natural monopoly because of Steam. Even though some of the most popular games not on Steam.
Not because it has merged, but rather this is more or less just a founder's effect. The reason behind much of this concentration is the practice of mergers, which can occur without any government intervention whatsoever, since it's literally just a company buying other companies. At some point, one company will buy up all the other companies.
At some point, one company will buy up all the other companies.
And we will have a true monopoly.
And then we'll get the state. So the solution to this is to have the state.
But even if that doesn't happen, a near monopoly or an oligopoly can be just as detrimental to consumers and prospective small proprietors as a genuine monopoly. There's even the problem of companies creating many monopolies through
many monopolies. Monopolies. Oliopolies. Multiple monopolies.
proprietary control of product ecosystems. Sony has recently announced that they are going to discontinue physical releases of games in favor of purely digital game releases, and they have recently created a check-in system in which you lose access to games you've purchased if you don't start them within a certain period of time. Since people who own a PlayStation cannot use other digital services, they must comply with the rules, limitations.
That's IP. We're against IP. Why are you pretending that we're for IP? What is this?
And let's be frank, scamming that is the PlayStation Store. We are all familiar with companies that lock down their platforms, disallow third-party apps or homebrew, require you to buy additional hardware or subscriptions to access features, and so on. These are all consequences of the tendency of capitalism towards centralization, anti-competition, and monopoly. It appears that Richard Stallman was right all along, and again, as Bertrand de Juvenel said, capitalists always become securitarians once they acquire.
Why is he mentioning Stallman? Those who aren't aware, Stallman's the guy behind the Free Software Foundation. Made GNU. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't speak out against capitalism. In fact, I use a lot of GNU software. Right, let me this is software developed by Richard Stallman, at least in part. I've got a keybind to bring it up. I guess I'm a communist or something. Because this is anti-capitalist software, I guess, to have Emacs. Who knew? Who knew?
Acquire wealth. So let's address the question of whether central planning always fails. I don't want to address the arguments anarcho-capitalists make against communism in much breadth.
What's the video called again? responding to every anarcho-capitalist argument. Quote from that video. I don't want to respond to the arguments anarcho-capitalists make against socialism in breadth. Am I in the wrong here? Is this how videos are made? Is this how you justify a thesis? Your thesis being that you're going to respond to every anarcho-capitalist argument, and in that video, you tell people, well, I'm not going to respond to any of their arguments on socialism in depth. Is that not entirely antithetical to the purpose of the video, to the stated purpose of the video?
Because there are so many of them, like when they break out microeconomics in a facile attempt to debunk socialist economics. But there's one which is rather pernicious and wrong, which I think is worth refuting. Libertarians argue that centrally planned economies always fail. Probably the first argument of this type was advanced by Ludwig von Mises.
Okay, so you at least will talk about the economic calculation problem. Maybe this is where I come up, because I do have one of, if not the most popular, pro-ECP videos on YouTube. Let me just check if it's still up there. Look at economic calculation problem, 180k, 41k, 15k, 6.9k, 238k, 685k. I mean, that's looking pretty good. I've beat out Second Thought. Yeah, definitely up there. So maybe this is where I come in. Maybe.
Which is the calculation problem. Basically, he stated that the government under central planning has so many prices to set, and the information.
No. No. It's not that it has so many prices to set that it just can't manage. It's that it has no means by which to efficiently allocate resources. Right? If you have socialist commonwealth, then you don't have prices. Meaning, you do not have exchange. Meaning, or maybe those go the other way around. Meaning, you cannot perform profit-loss calculations. Meaning there is no way to economize. It's not that there's just so many prices they'll never get to them all. That's never been Mises' claim. Never. Just look up economic calculation problem on YouTube. You'll find my video, man.
Required to make these changes rationally is so limited or incomplete, or there is simply too much of it.
No. 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 Mises explicitly says, well, let's imagine, he gives the socialists the strongest possible case. Let's imagine that everybody running the Central Planning Bureau is an angel who's not going to do anything bad. Let's imagine they have perfect access to all of the wants of every consumer. You can grant both of those things, and the economic calculation problem still holds. This is not difficult to access. That is what is being talked about. It's really not. It's really not difficult to access that information. For an expert like this guy, he should fucking know better.
That you will inevitably get shortages and misallocation of resources. On the surface, this seems to be true. The Soviet Union in its early days faced a great deal of economic hardship, which prompted Lenin to establish the new economic policy, or NEP. It broke away from the nationalization of all businesses.
Yeah, he really always put it down there. No private ownership means no exchange, means no price formation discovery, means no initial input data to calculate. Yeah, I've said, I gave like a very similar structure of the argument in the video. I believe I got it from Jonathan Newman, actually. He's come up twice now. But yeah, that's a very bare bones but accurate summary of Mises' essay. And this guy's not even approaching that.
And instead allowed small and medium proprietors control over their enterprises on a for-profit basis. Linda described the aim of this program as a temporary measure intended to bring Russia into the capitalist stage of development, after which point the pursuit of socialism could begin. It wasn't so much a break from historical materialism or a sign of the weakness of socialist economics as a manifestation of its doctrine, which states that socialism is a subsequent stage of capitalist productive relationships and cannot occur in backward.
But is it not a vindication of capitalism still?
Countries, such as those that existed immediately surrounding the Russian Revolution. Stalin eventually broke with the NEP in the beginning of his rule and began rapidly collectivizing the economy. Russia was still comparatively backwards under Stalin, and it still faced famines and shortages, which libertarians often point to as evidence that socialism doesn't work. However, by the 1960s, these problems were ironed out for the most part, and the Soviet system was nominally working pretty.
Do we perhaps remember a certain policy of the Soviet Union where they looked towards external prices to manage their internal economy? Do we perhaps remember that happening? I remember that happening. I've read the history of the Soviet Union, as this guy has, of course, because he read all the history, and that's why he stopped being an ANCAP. I suppose, what is his explanation on that point? That socialism was just so good, but it still needed capitalist prices to understand scarcity. is that the claim?
Well, it wasn't as prosperous or productive as the West, of course, but measures of the average calorie.
No, what an understatement. What an understatement. Let me just pull something up here. I gotta hate how fucking... Yeah, these guys, they're just not quite as prosperous as the West. They have to line up for moldy bread every day, bare bones rations. They're just not quite as prosperous as the West, though. Don't worry about it.
Intake by Soviet citizens were well over what was required for adequate nutrition. The notion that Soviets were always in a state of deprivation and starvation is nonsense.
No, it's not. It's actually not. Listen to accounts from the Soviet Union. Read We the Living. Account from a survivor of the Soviet Union, Ayn Rand. Look at these things. Look up at Prax Ben. He's got plenty of fucking studies on this shit. Sure, I could DM him and get some. It's really nonsense. And also, none of this attacks the economic calculation problem. You need an economic attack upon that. Not just, the Soviet Union, if you look at the card. None of that could ever possibly attack the economic calculation problem.
Now, this period in which the Soviet economy functioned was short-lived. By the late 80s, shortages were back, shelves were empty, and there were long lines in front of grocery stores and bakeries, what you might typically envision when you hear the phrase Soviet economy. This dire situation was not caused by central planning, however.
What was it caused by, perchance?
According to Vladislav Zubok's book,
Well, fucking Vladislav Zlublag says so. Let's hear what Vladislav Zlublag thinks.
Collapse, the beginning of the downturn was when Mikhail Gorbachev started decentralizing the economy.
Quick question. why weren't the capitalists in an even worse place then? Because they had a much more decentralized economy than under Gorbachev. Just quick query there. Seems to throw a little bit of a wrench in that thesis. But I mean, fucking Gloop Glabs Glozglov says it, so we've got to take it as true, because it's in a quote, guys. We don't have to justify anything in a quote, because he quoted it. So he read a book, or he looked up quotes about this, and he found the quote. It's in a quote, therefore it is true. This is slop. This is utter slop.
His efforts at quasi-liberalization were preceded by Brezhnev's policy of glasnost, which opened up the
But he just stopped trying to pronounce the Russian. Stop trying.
Policy of internal criticism of the Soviet system, as well
Cut out that take, man. Cut it out.
as later political opposition to the Communist Party. Records from the Stalinist era were opened up. Historians and journalists could now peer into them to reveal the scope of Stalin's depredations against the Russian people. Glasnost led to a wave of de-Stalinization, mainly inside the intelligentsia, and as such, there is now a chorus of voices proclaiming against the totalitarian aspects of the Soviet political system. Gorbachev, who had spent most of his life among the intelligentsia, along with his wife, was the foremost manifestation of the change Glasnost created. His first acts as a leader were to delegate control of industries to local councils, in effect demolishing the command economy.
Based if true for $5, thank you very much. This money is gold-backed and becomes sentient the minute you get it out of your account. Do you risk pooling money out of fear you'll violate the NAP? Yeah, no. He's referring to... There's a Twitter space yesterday, I believe it was. I suppose 2 days ago now, because it's past midnight. On people were trying to challenge me on my views on veganism. I think I came out pretty good on that space.
Economy. This led to economic chaos as information was not properly allocated, and as such, industries could no longer efficiently acquire resources nor understand how much and what to produce. Second, Gorbachev, who did not understand how Soviet financial systems worked, began collapsing the wall between the two Soviet currencies, leading to an inflation crisis. To understand why, you have to know that there are two kinds of currency in the Soviet Union. Byezno, which was used by businesses to acquire materials and the means of production, and the ruble, which was for use by individuals, such as their wages, pensions, etc. These currencies were, before Perestroika, separated. Byezno was a virtual currency, and the government created it merely by adding on some zeros on pieces of paper. Rubles, on the other hand...
What's that classic Hoppe quote? Come on, Dolphin, be faster with your searches. Why didn't Dolphin just implement some fast searching algorithm like FD or something? It's always so goddamn slow. I don't get it. Somebody who knows more about Linux, can they explain to me why the graphical file browsers are so much slower in doing file searches than the terminal-based ones? I don't get it. Use the same fucking algorithm. I know the fucking name. Fucking video. Roll down. H for Hoppa. Go. I'll put it in mem.
And I think it is very important in these replies to people like Krugman that we don't get involved in technical details but ask them questions almost like a child. Explain to me how an increase in paper pieces can possibly make a society richer. If that were the case, explain to me why is there still poverty in the world? Isn't every central bank in the world capable of printing as much paper as they want? And do you then think the society, the world as a whole would be richer? I'm sure the guy cannot answer this type of question. Nobody can answer this type of question. But again, we get far too much bogged down in answering technical details of his argument instead of always repeating this question. Please explain to me how a piece of paper can make society richer.
There you have it. That's my response to that. Oh, they can just print off more money.
And had to be printed. In this way, the Soviet state bank could control the supply of currency in order to avoid inflation. They could raise biennial so as to facilitate production while not touching and thus not inflating the ruble. The price of consumer goods would not increase if the Soviet state decided to invest in industry through increasing the available funds. After perestroika, Gorbachev, who, as I've stated, did not understand how the biennial system worked, deregulated the financial system, which led to a gradual interpenetration of biennial and the ruble. Businesses now sometimes bought things in. Consequently, if the government wanted to provide money for industry, they now had to print rubles, which obviously would cause inflation. This continued until it reached a crisis level in 1990, eventually causing the economic downturn that contributed to the downfall of the Soviet Union. So as we can see, the main reason why the Soviet economy imploded had nothing to do with the system of
Had nothing to do. Why were there any previous downturns? Why was there any previous poverty? It had nothing to do with the central planning. Nothing to do with the central planning. Why did that happen? Why were there bread lines at all? Why weren't the Soviets fantastically wealthier than the West? Why didn't that happen?
central planning. Rather, it was the deliberate demolition of that system by Gorbachev which caused it to collapse. As it turns out, when you try to demolish the way the centrally planned economy works, and when you end the central command in a command economy, it does indeed start to fail. However, given that it was working and apparently pretty stable in the 60s and 70s,
and again, where is this guy's argument against the economic calculation problem? Where does he tell us how you find the most value productive arrangement of the factors without price mechanisms? Where does he explain that? He hasn't yet.
I don't think we can conclude from the historical evidence that command economies always fail. Just like capitalist
You know how we can conclude that? With the economic calculation problem. Please respond to it.
economies, they fail under certain specific contextual circumstances, but we cannot just declare they never work. Despite the calculation problem, they were able to provide Soviet citizens with enough food to eat, and they're also capable of fielding the world's largest army as of 1980.
Is that a measure of prosperity? I was able to field 10 Gorillian slaves. Wow, you're so prosperous, bro.
Replete with cutting-edge armaments and technology for the time. Soviets even had enough money and resources to orbit the Earth and launch satellites, as well as to develop nuclear weapons.
Real quick question. Who won the space race? I believe it was the Americans. And real quick question. Who developed all of the physics in order to make nukes? I think that one also. What was that? The Soviets? No, I think it was the Americans did that one as well. What are these? Choose better examples, bro. Prosperity is not. Were you able to suffocate a dog? Base. That's not prosperity. Have I ever been to Mises U? I've not. Planning to perhaps go next year, though. I'll need some... I might have gone this year, but some other plans ended up clashing and none of it ended up happening. But I should be able to just fucking go next year. Why not? Just fuck it. Go. Who cares?
Weapons. It's rather absurd to say that the economic system of what was the world's second leading superpower during the Cold War didn't work or always fails. On the other hand, the shock therapy...
I mean, it did literally fail, though. It did literally... The Soviet Union did literally collapse. That literally did happen. So I don't think it's that absurd. And China, they also fucking liberalized. Who didn't liberalize? North Korea. I suppose maybe he thinks North Korea is a paragon of production and prosperity. Maybe that's his claim. I'm not so sure about that one, though.
advocated for by economists like Milton Friedman always led to monetary crises for the countries that implemented it. And we can see how rapid liberalization and austerity is working out today in Argentina, which is to say it produces
very well, in fact. Working out very well, in fact. They're much better off than they would have been otherwise. It's working out perfectly well in Argentina.
Lackluster, even negative GDP growth, as well as, shocker, a monetary crisis. Margaret Thatcher's neoliberal market reforms in the 1980s led to record unemployment, as well as placed...
Casimir, why do you keep wanting to fucking put out these Discord links? This is not a main video. This is not a main video. Why do you want the Discord links so bad?
The UK on the verge of a monetary crisis. The reality of the economic situation...
I mean, if you want to invite somebody, Casimir, I can give you a link. I can give you as many links as you want to invite people. I just don't want to have like fucking influx every day, you know?
It's not that capitalism and free markets are flawless and proven to always work, and socialist economics always lead to poverty and collapse. That's a nice story, but it isn't in reality that clean. Both economic systems work under the right conditions and policies, under the wrong conditions and policies.
Who thinks capitalism can work under the right conditions? Isn't that a contradiction with everything he's already said up until this point? Did he get like a different ChatGPT instance to make arguments for each of these points? Because that completely contradicts everything else he said in the video, where he's constantly talking about how capitalism doesn't work. Am I insane? Am I going insane here? Have I gone completely bonkers? I don't think I have. Was Thatcher actually evil? Not really. I mean, she was much better than alternatives.
They both fail. Now let's address the question of human nature. Libertarians have a very specific view of human nature, which is an extension of bourgeois liberal individualism.
I think on this point, it's worth talking about what the communists think of human nature. He just brought it up there again. It's based on the bourgeois, blah, 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 blah. What is the communist view of human nature? It is that man is predetermined based upon his social class, his economic class, to engage in certain actions because of the particular logic to that class. That is the communist view on human nature. So, that's why they want there to be a violent revolution. They think there has to be a violent revolution, because they can't convince you through logic. They could never convince you through logic, because you have that bourgeois logic, where you think contradictions are false. And you know, you think the law of the excluded middle is true. So you could never be convinced of proletarian logic, where contradictions are true. That is the communist view of human nature. So, I'll be very interested to see how Mr. fucking Natty Bud Light explains to us how contradictions are in fact true. I'll be very interested to see that part of the video.
Traceable back to Thomas Hobbes. They argue that humans are rational, egoistic individuals who always seek to maximize their own individual self-interest. The whole basis for the stateless theory of capitalism rests upon rational choice theory and egoism. For example, Ludwig von Mises' concept of praxeology, which is the study of human responses to incentives, assumes that...
Nope. Praxeology is not the study of human responses to incentives. No. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Let's just quickly pull up. Very simple series on YouTube. It's called Praxeology 101. Give it a watch, Natty Bud. Give at least some of it a watch. You'll learn what praxeology actually means, at the very least.
Humans are selfish and always seeking to reach their own...
So that's why he brought up in egoism. No. No, 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 no. Praxeology is perfectly capable of dealing with altruists. Perfectly capable.
Own self-specified goals. In this process, they are exposed to incentives and disincentives, which modify their behavior by way of rational calculation. The real question then is whether this...
Nope. Nope. Again, nope. 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 No.
anthropology is accurate.
Diego, I'm not sure for 1000 CLP, incoming altruist diarrhea. I'm feeling it coming. I'm feeling it coming. My tummies are rumbling.
First, I'll start with the question of whether humans are individuals. I wrote about this question in my book, National Monarchy.
We're going to be addressing the question of whether humans are individuals. This is going to be a controversial claim by libertarians. That humans are individuals. What are they, then?
Monarchy, which is available in audio form on this channel, so I won't belabor my point here. Basically, humans have identities, they have qualities, and they participate in a social life, which shapes and partially determines their behaviors and
Partially determines.
characteristics. As such, humans are not individuals, but rather persons, embedded in and preceded by social life. Thus, the proper level of analysis is always holism. And
Question. How do those social structures arise? How do the social norms arise? If not through individual choice and action. What is at the root?
an individual is that which differs only quantitatively in terms of number. The individual is a liberal abstraction that bears no relationship
The individual is the abstraction, not the group. What does abstraction mean? Just as a question. What is abstraction? Is it going from the many to the one? Is that what it means? This is the individual is a liberal abstraction. I have no words. I have no words. Anyway, let's cover from that for a moment. Whilst I read some super chats. And we got a grape calc for $10. Thank you very much. Saying, what would it take to get you to read this guy's book? How long is it? It could be a steep price for me to read this book on stream. It could be steep, depending on how long this thing is. This is terrible stuff I've seen so far. Then we got a Casimir for $2. Thank you very much. The proper level of analysis is holism, indeed.
to reality and lived experience, and any analysis focused on the individual is always going to result in only an internally consistent simulacra, such as praxeology or rational choice theory.
Which will result in an simulacra. Simulacra, of course, being plural. Based if true for $5, do you think ChatGPT has cooked the minds of people in terms of actually thinking through their own ideas and ideologies? Is it the death of debate? Well, I think it just provides perhaps more overt eloquence to the already non-thinkers. Like this gentleman here. Like Mr. Natty Bud Light. I think perhaps he's been given too much gassing up by ChatGPT.
Second, we have to reckon with whether humans are selfish. Given that humans feel natural attachment to relatives, to members of the same race, to members of the same country or social group, etc., I think it's rather obvious that people are not all that selfish.
We have to continue. This is absurd. This is absurd. This is supposed to be a serious counterpoint to our theory.
People regularly give gifts to each other with no expectation of return. We get together and celebrate holidays, or go and dance at the nightclub, because we have fundamentally social instincts. When people are isolated from others for too long, they feel lonely. If they were purely selfish beings, then we cannot experience loneliness. The completely autarkic individual of libertarian and objectivist theory
Not the claim. Autarky, of course, being a fully self-sufficient economy, not interacting with other economies. But autarkic individual, presumably, being entirely disconnected from other individuals. You know what? You know what the original title of Mises' Human Action was? The original working title? Social Cooperation. That was the original working title. Social Cooperation. We're not looking for autarkic individuals. Not even a little bit. Bro, you could honestly drop this and I would not be mad. This is awful. It is fairly awful, but I mean, we're so close to the end. I feel like we got to squeak it through the hole there. Diego Amateur for another 1000 CLP. Is he using the degenerate definition of selfish? I think he just conflates on every single term. So when he says, you know, when he hears an Austrian saying that man is selfish, obviously meaning that they necessarily act to sustain their own ends, he conflates that with entirely other different understandings of the word selfish. It's just conflations across the board. Then FV Stagel, HG3DP for $5, reminds me of the debate with Haz al-Din, where he put the cart, the product of free will, before the horse, free will itself, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's pretty much it, because they love switching between positions as it suits them, which is the exact impetus behind pragmatism.
Robinson Crusoe does not exist. As Peter Kropotkin argued in Mutual Aid, the basic tendency is toward mutual support and solidarity. There are, of course, reasons why we have
Well, thank God Peter Kropotkin said it. Can't this guy have a single thought on his own? Can't you have a single, one solitary thought that isn't rooted in, well, fucking, Glupshitto, he said this. Don't care. I want to see a video from this guy where it's just fully original thought. Just entirely original from start to finish. I also want to remind you that Zulu wasn't mentioned in the vid so far. Actually, correction, I was mentioned once right at the beginning. People like Mantis Wave, Zulu, and Tax Brass, I believe was his term. And then never again. He never mentioned a single one of my arguments since.
conflicts. We have natural in-group preference, and not everyone is a pro-social person. But nonetheless, humans tend to be more gregarious than libertarians let on. More than accidentally altruistic. So
More gregarious than we let on? Are you using the right word there? Not seeing a libertarian counter to gregarity. Okay. Humans are more gregarious than we would think.
to speak. Third, are humans naturally prone to rational calculation, or are our decisions
Rational, in the praxeologic sense, is different to rational in, for instance, the objectivist sense. It doesn't mean correct thought. It doesn't mean thought that is actually actively engaged with reality. It means directed thought. It means chosen thought. That is the Austrian sense of rational.
subject to a preponderance of irrationality? I did a whole video on this, so again, I'll make it short. Most decision making happens in the preconscious mind. We often make decisions just because we are expected to by society or our close relatives, or simply because we had a certain.
We often make decisions because we're expected to by society. And this is used evidence that we don't make decisions. Okay.
Vibe. A lot of our behavior is irrational, like brand loyalty, trends and fads, bandwagons, etc. There's also a whole irrational part of human experience, which we tend to find very important, such as art, love, or music.
No. No, it's not irrational. Art can be rational or irrational. See my video on AI art, explain this in depth, or read Ayn Rand's Aesthetics.
How many books and songs have been written about people doing stupid things because they fell in love? How many people have deliberately impaired their rational faculties by drinking or binging on drugs just to feel a bit of euphoria? The central
Again, none of this approaches the Austrian understanding of rational. It doesn't approach it. Not a little bit. Not one iota.
The tragedy of the human condition is that, despite being the only creatures with the ability to rationally think, we tend to flee from irrationality and seek refuge in sensations. Libertarianism requires this to not be the case, but the reality is that we are an assemblage of 100,000 years of irrational and primal instincts accumulated over the course of evolution.
We're an assemblage. We're an assemblage. We're just assemblages, guys. Stop trying to say words that you don't know how to pronounce, please, for the love of God.
There will always be incels and idiots. There will always be losers and drug addicts. Trying to incentive them into an upright bourgeois lifestyle just ends up marginalizing them, pushing them out of sight, not solving the human tragedy. Libertarians want a human philosophy without the humanity. We see constantly how the supposedly rational incentive structure of the free market fails to produce rational economic outcomes. I already spoke about the 2008 financial crisis. Is it rational, on the whole, to dump waste into rivers and pollute the atmosphere? It is in the short term, not the long term. Even perfectly rational people can have short time preferences. In fact, the supposed connection between high IQ and low time preference is kind of bunk. Sperber et al. 2024 redid the marshmallow test and found that there is not a strong correlation between
We accept the fact that you're able to go on Google Scholar and look it up. Okay? We accept that fact. You've proven it. Okay. You don't need to keep bringing up random bullshit studies. You don't need to. You do not need to do any of this.
the results of the marshmallow test and adult outcomes later in life. As it so turns out, there are probably a lot of high IQ people with
As it so turns out.
time preference, which might explain why stock traders and banks gamble. So much for the 2016 Molyneux era discourse on time preference, which keeps being reheated by libertarians in current year. Now let's talk about covenant communities, which is going to be our last topic.
Didn't you already fucking talk about them?
As I've said, most anarcho-capitalists are not very conservative, so they don't really care about what others on the right might call degeneracy. But Hans Hermann Hoppe is one of the more conservative ones, and he conceived of a concept called social costs, which aim to incorporate immoral behavior into the calculations of anarcho-capitalist theory. Basically, certain actions like prostitution, drug use, or gambling do not violate the non-aggression principle. However, they do induce negative effects on other people, such as by lowering property value, reducing their propensity to save, which affects the economy overall, and also just plain being a nuisance in public. Obviously, these behaviors cannot be regulated by a state, so Hoppe invented a means of regulating personal behavior under private agreements, which is called the covenant community. Covenant communities are small societies in which members have to sign an agreement to live and work in them. This agreement is
Based if true for $5. Thank you very much. What's your favorite thing about Hegel? Can you explain his concepts to me like I'm 5? When will you give back Crusoe's stick? So, I suppose my favorite thing about Hegel is that he's dead. It's very difficult to condense Hegel down into anything comprehensible. He is... I would definitely suggest looking up like lectures on Hegel, especially Leonard Peikoff's lecture on Hegel. I can give you a link to it if you want. It is tortuous. As tortuous as it is to read Kant, even more so to read Hegel. The idea is that, essentially, contradiction is the true thing. That each positive claim implies its negation, and these two things come together in contradiction to form the synthesis. And you can build up an entire structure from this. He believed you could build up an entire structure from this to deduce all of reality out. Because everything in reality is mental. So this type of activity is proper. It is really, really, really wacky. I would definitely strongly caution you go in for like a lecture rather than just diving directly into trying to read Hegel. It's really, really bad stuff.
It's basically a set of laws which they must abide by, and if they violate them, then they can be physically removed. The covenant community is supposed to be compatible with libertarianism and totally not a state because membership is voluntary and one can leave at will. However, it is just a means of producing a territorial monopoly on force, which is contingent upon consent, in which case it is scarcely different from pre-existing liberal theory. Such societies have actually kind of existed, and they're called city-states. Hoppe has reinvented the city-state and called it a covenant community.
I wonder why he used the word covenant. Could there perhaps be some sort of contractual basis going on here? Maybe.
These communities would be run by a single proprietor, who's basically a feudal baron, and other than the non-existence of ownership over humans, covenant communities differ little from feudalism. In fact, reading Hoppe convinced me that anarcho-capitalism basically is just a materialistic and cynical version of feudalism with a version of serfdom whose only caveat is merely that it is a voluntary wage relationship, which I have refuted already.
Yeah, you sure did, bud.
Murray Rothbard's definition of monarchy is privately owned government, so we must conclude that the covenant community is a species.
Let's continue.
Of monarchy, not libertarianism. Why not skip the pretenses and just become a monarchist? Anarcho-capitalism, in the end, is just a moral theory with an economic arrogance attached. Its bases are very flimsy, and its pronouncements on economics are so hypothetical that they basically enter fiction territory. It gets the proper prioritization of social systems flipped on its head, and in such a way, it is as cynical and desiccated as Marxism. Throughout all human history, save for the years that have passed since the advent of capitalism, men have valued the non-economic aspects of life more highly than the economic. The most important reason why we should reject libertarianism is that economies are not the raison d'etre of life, rather, they're
the raison d'etre.
merely the basal precondition for what is really valuable and human. Animals can find the means of their subsistence, and to reduce human beings to the production of the necessities of life is to reduce us to animals. What is really important is everything that libertarians and Marxists consider superstructure: culture, philosophy, sociality, religion, art, music, even entertainment. Both libertarianism and Marxism militate against the human in favor of an impersonal regime of labor, and in the case of libertarianism, profit. Capitalism has atomized us enough. The problem cannot be fixed with more of it. What I've said against liberalism on this channel also applies to libertarianism. We cannot continue to have a society attached as a vestige to the market. It should be the other way around.
Okay, his mixing is terrible here. Thank fucking God. That's over with. Holy shit. Let me go bring this up on the old YouTube box. See the comments. Pause the phone. Indeed. So I should probably switch over to this view. Yeah, is there anyone in here like actually agreeing with this guy? Oh, you'd recommend Keynes. Oh, for more critique. Okay, fine. Yeah. Biggest red pill of all, getting a job for the first time and being a wagey. My coworker told me she worked the same place for 30 years. That shocked me to my senses. Where's the support of his arguments? Where's like the big, oh my god, that's such a great argument you just made there. I love this argument you said at this point. I'd love to see a debate between you and Zulu. Well, I'm down for it. Pretty bad social anxiety, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to hold back if we have a debate. Yeah, no. This is not the rousing support I was looking for here. Well, we will like based if true's comment here. Yeah, let's I'm seeing a lot of recent comments. Bad stuff with that video, really bad stuff, really terrible arguments, really terrible presentation of libertarianism. Not good, not good. I don't like that video one bit. Please do not debate this guy, it'll be exponentially worse than the last. I mean, if he wants to debate, I did respond to his video after all. This one vid might be worse than King Critical's vids. This video was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Sort by new. Let me see. Sort by newest. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of hate for the video recently. Yeah, it's a bad video. That's my review of the video. Very bad video, quite frankly. We do have a super chat from Diego Amateur for 2,500 CLP. Thank you very much. Cynical and materialistic, he says, after telling us how irrational human nature is. Yeah, I mean, this was a slog. This was an absolute slog. This is a warning, I guess, to other Sloptubers. You're gonna be making slop like this. You're not putting in, like, the littlest bit of thought. It just doesn't fly. It just does not fly. Not even a little bit. But yeah. Thank everybody for coming along, especially to those who super chatted. And I'll see you next time.